in and win on the Air Comfort Service Heating and Cooling text line.
Halloween comes alive at Goodwill. Are you thinking of a classic costume like a pirate, zombie, or superhero? Need to dress to impress at an upcoming party? Seeking something spooky or vintage? Goodwill has you covered. And don't forget to shop our accessories to complete your unique look. We have everything you need to create a costume on a budget. Make Goodwill your Halloween headquarters.
You've been waiting, and now is the time. Golden Oak Lending has fixed mortgage rates at 4.875%. But don't wait. This rate won't last forever. I'm James Hawkins, president of Golden Oak Lending. Why pay 20 to 30% interest rates on your credit cards when you can pay them off with our low 4.875 mortgage rate? Home values are higher than ever. That means you have more equity than ever. You can use that equity to save money by paying off credit cards, auto loans, or get cash for home renovations. You can even just lower your monthly payments. It's your equity, and you are entitled to use it to save money. And don't forget our appraisal guarantee. If for any reason your loan doesn't close, we will pay for your appraisal. Call today and take advantage of our low 4.875 fixed rate. Call 314-567-GOLD. That's 314-567-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending, join my blues.
5.784 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Right now, 38 states allow sports betting, including 7 of Missouri's neighboring states. Amendment 2 gives Missouri sports fans the freedom to bet on games too, and that will generate over $100 million for our schools. Amendment 2 is endorsed by the Chiefs, Cardinals, Royals, Blues, and Missouri's 2 biggest newspapers, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and the Kansas City Star. Here's Hall of Famer Ozzie Smith asking you to vote yes on 2.
Back in my day, I was the wizard of the infield. Now, I'm a grandfather. That's why I'm voting yes on Amendment 2. It means over $100 million for Missouri schools and teachers, and no more broken promises. There's a constitutional guarantee that the money goes to our schools, and legalizing sports betting is great for us fans, too. That's why the Royals, Chiefs, Blues, and Cardinals all join me in saying yes on Amendment 2.
Paid for by Winning for Missouri Education, Mike Pridmore, Treasurer.
Coverage on 101 ESPN is presented by Under Law Injury Lawyers. Visit getchim.com or call 314 or 618-9-million for a free consultation. Under Law Injury Lawyers. WXOS HD1 East St. Louis. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return.
Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After on 101 ESPN with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Timothy Michael McKernan, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, Jackson Bennett Burkett, and Doug. Look over on your right.
Yeah.
It's Martin Kilcoyne.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, Martin.
Wow, what an honor. I grew up watching Doug on TV. And
all right, that's enough. That's enough of that
all
old
these
talk.
years later, we finally get to work together.
Yeah.
Tim and I worked together, and my mom said, you got to wait till he grows up. And so 18 years later, I said he still hasn't grown up.
Well, it's good to have you here, even if you're going to take nonstop shots at us.
No. Excited to be here.
The program has been on for 20 years. We've been on some of the biggest low-powered AM radio stations. And Martin, you didn't even know HD2 radio existed.
Well, I feel like Rich Gould, who would be on AM sports radio, and I would say, did you hear that segment? Pal, my AM radio hasn't worked in years. And I thought, well, that's a terrible thing to say when you're on AM radio. And then I borrowed his car one time from the writer's dinner downtown, and I drove back to Fox 2, Channel 11, and I'll be damned if his AM radio didn't work. I thought he made it up. But I do not have HD2. I'm sorry, I'm not blessed enough. I do not have HD2 in my car.
Yeah, only the elite had HD2, but it is an honor to be on 101 ESPN doing TMA. We will be on from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. And you can watch the program on youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, the YouTube channel for 101 ESPN. Before we get the program going, though, we want to honor and really just show our respect to the people who are no longer here on 101 ESPN. All of us have a close relationship with Randy Carricker, Dan McLaughlin, Brooke Grimsley, Matt Rocchio, and on the TMA side, Ken Iggy Strode. So Friday was not a fun day for anyone, and we all think the world of all 5 of those people. We've worked closely with all of them and are friends with them off the air, and think the world of not only their broadcasting abilities, but them as people. And so this isn't really a particularly pleasant situation, but it is where the business is at this particular moment, and wanted to make sure that we each had a chance to talk about our fondness for each one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd say it's awkward, if we're being honest. I did talk to Dan a bunch this weekend. I texted with Randy, texted with Iggy, and these guys have been great. I mean, I think a lot of folks know if you're in sports at any level, whether it's broadcasting, coaching, you're probably going to get fired. I mean, Whitey Herzog's great line was, I'm either going to get fired or I'm going to die. So then he quit on them. He showed them. He didn't do either. But I love all those guys. And it is a weird time in the whole business. I'm excited to be here, but it really was bittersweet. And I know Dan Caesar reached out. He wrote about Burke, but he reached out.
Burkett.
It's actually
Burkett.
It's actually
Burkett.
It's actually Burkett.
I did talk to him yesterday. I called him. And I don't know why, but I have Kevin Burkhardt in my phone. I almost called Kevin Burkhardt at 6 o'clock yesterday. I said he's probably calling a football game.
He's working with Brady.
And so I'm changing it to Burke so that I don't call
fair.
Burkhardt
I get
in
it.
the future.
I get it. Some would say I'm bigger.
But Dan Caesar wanted comments, and I just said, it's just not the place. It's not the time. He said, if you would, just tell me why this makes sense for you. And I said, I don't feel good about it. And I think it was a really awkward, more unpleasant for them, no doubt about it. But I love all those guys.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think that the sports guys might look at each other as competition, and I've never really felt that. I mean, some of the best friends I have are sports guys who work at the other stations, including those that got laid off here. I've known Randy Carricker for more than 30 years, and Brooke Grimsley ever since she came to St. Louis 7 or 8 years ago. Iggy for 30-plus years. Dan McLaughlin, probably almost that long. These are good friends of ours. So it really hurts to see them, face the real business end of the layoffs. The business has just changed in massive ways, where podcasting is now fighting with terrestrial media for all the advertising dollars, and this is one of the results of it. I saw the same thing at Channel 4. They had big layoffs there too. Local media just doesn't bring in the advertising dollars that it once did, and unfortunately that means people have to pay the price at some level. Now, that said, you guys, TMA, to your credit, have carved out a brand, a niche. I would come by. I always was pimping like a side project. I had a Rams town hall or something. Jim Thomas, Bob Wallace, and I, we were down at patio. So I came by. You guys were at that boot thing, and I came by and was promoting that. Well, whatever that was. It was right after the man-woman thing. Oh. And then I was promoting my Mike Martz event, and every time I would be on, I'd get a lot of great feedback, people that were listening. Whatever weird channels you guys always ended up on, there was a following. So I think it's both things. I think the business is weird and difficult right now, but this is also maybe a progression of the growth of the Morning After, which Tim always says it's been 20 years. I'm like, I guess that includes the grind years.
Yeah, you got to.
We're all part of the resume there. Is Fesco part of the resume?
I guess by definition he was part of it. It was about 5 months. You had 2 years and 3 months. And Doug is excited because he is celebrating his 17th year on the show, and he said he wants to get to 50.
Yeah, I really want to do this until I'm about 105 years old.
When they first said Doug is joining the show, I said, that's a terrible idea. And then all of a sudden I said, that is a fantastic idea. It just worked.
Because you didn't have to do it anymore.
Well, that's part of it. But I don't think anybody knew, and you've been through this, anybody knew how funny you can be, because they're used to, and here's what La Russa said after the tough loss. Hey, the Rams will play the Bengals this weekend. You can see it right here on News 4. And then you're, all right, thanks, Julius. We'll see you later. And that's it. And instead you come on here and you tell stories about your kids, and things just sort of evolve.
Yeah, it's been fun, and we shouldn't. I don't think we've mentioned Iggy yet, who's such a big part of the show and has been.
I think Tim actually did, but that's
did
okay.
you? Okay. All right.
Are you fact-checking? Are you fact-checking?
I'm live fact-checking.
I just wanted to make sure, because he was such a big part of it. A unique personality like we've never seen before.
Couldn't agree more.
And we're all going to miss him very much.
I just for the purpose of full transparency, I hated, and I know everybody did. This isn't individual. Hated Friday. Hated it. I know we all did. It was brutal and specific to Iggy. My hope was when they started talking to us about 101 ESPN was that we would all be a part of it. And that's the reality of the situation. Is it was not to be. My hope is at some point we will get a chance to work together, whether it be on this program or we do something in addition to this program. But Iggy's been working in sports talk radio in St. Louis since the early 90s, I think since the very first station. And as far as a unique, unapologetic personality, he's the absolute best because he doesn't care, and he will tell you his ridiculous stories, but it all made us laugh. I mean, Martin, I've learned more about hedonism in the last 8 years than I ever thought was there.
He would do TV segments with Rich Gould. And I would say to Rich, what's Iggy doing? And he said, well, this week, pal, we're going to have him throw Mickey Carroll out of a golf cart. And I said, first of all, why in the hell would you do that? Well, it's not really going to be Mickey Carroll, but we're going to pretend it is. And I said, that's sports programming. I got to write this in. And I said,
right there.
Rich and Iggy hit it off on the TV side. I think the old fan show.
That was the fan show.
And Rich said it's
Live
because
from the Casino Queen and then the eventual
Stratford Inn, I believe, which RNP.
Yeah, R.I.P.
R.I.P. or NP. But Rich said, I love having Iggy on because he is truly the angry man. And you guys saw that play out. Increasingly angry Iggy is one of my characters in my head.
I assume that you will step up and take his place as our hedonism correspondent.
Okay, pal, yeah. I've got and if you need Farrah Fawcett's phone number, I've got it in my Rolodex.
All right.
We won't point out the fact she is passed. Iggy and I worked together at 1380 years ago, and we would have these random celebrity phone-ins, but he wouldn't tell me. It was Iggy's Rolodex, and I didn't get to know who it was going to be. So he would be like, okay, pal, here you go. And I would say, boy, I don't know who this is. And it was like Clint Howard, Ron Howard.
Oh, yeah,
sure.
Yeah, Ben.
We had Lou Ferrigno one time.
That's a big get.
Yeah, and I said, oh, boy, you have a unique voice. And I didn't realize Lou Ferrigno was on the line. So the Iggy Rolodex has been a part of my radio history as well. Love Iggs.
Yeah, absolute legend. Matt Rocchio, who worked with Randy, Dan, and Brooke, number one, his work ethic is second to none. I have no doubt. I was texting with Rocchio on Friday that he will wind up doing great things, whether it be in broadcasting or just in business in general, because his work ethic, his attitude, his personality, unmatched. And those are things that you can't teach. So for all of us, while it's exciting, I guess, that TMA is on 101 and finally not on low-powered AM radio or HD2, it's bittersweet. And I think we really do feel this way. It was more bitter than sweet on Friday, which I suppose is strange, but that's the truth. And I know there are a large number of people in the St. Louis area who are unhappy about it. And I totally get it, and I totally respect that. Because it's an unfortunate set of circumstances. So our responsibility is to do our show, but it would be wrong to not talk about the caliber of broadcasters and people who are no longer working here because of the state of the industry.
Yeah, we pretty much just walked down the hallway into another studio, but it was a life-changing moment for those people. I guess the good thing is that they're all so immensely talented and well-respected that they'll land on their feet and find something else, hopefully very soon, that'll make them happy. On
this program, for those of you not familiar with it...
Is there a show? Do we have like a rundown
we actually have... Well, it's not a rundown, Martin.
Okay,
let Jackson tell you what it is.
So the way we're kind of road mapping the show, I called it the TMA dossier.
You like that term?
I don't know. That feels political.
It isn't a dossier.
But it feels like a dossier. It might not
be a Burkett report. Is there going to be a
Burke?
Burke. Okay,
it's a Burke report, but it really is a dossier. And it's the first time I've ever really made like a real dossier for a program. So I feel like a big boy today.
Did you go to Mizzou?
I did.
So all three of you honks are Mizzou guys? So I'm the only one who didn't go to Mizzou, so I'm not crying at my Cheerios.
I was. Took a special GPA to get into Mizzou.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy. We will actually do a program. We also have Chris Kerber, who will join us coming up at 8:15.
He calls Blues hockey, I believe.
Look at you.
Yes, you're going to work well here.
Look at it. Martin's marking his
Diligent notes.
Diligent notes. The Colonel, Gabriel Pediarman, will be with us coming up at 9 o'clock. And then we will have the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day for you at 10:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Any thoughts that you would like to share, you can read and compete for the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. Brown and Crouppen is our sponsor on the program, and the phone lines. We're taking phone calls, live phone calls. Live phone calls on 101 ESPN.
Like Mike Francesa? Those kind of calls?
The phone lines are poison. They're poison.
You can call into the program, Callier and Thompson. Phone lines, text in Air Comfort Service. Text line 314-399-9646. 314-399-9646. Jackson, you have imported all of the TMA text names from down the hallway on the big boy, HD2.
That's right.
So all of the texters, and it was like 715 active texters using their names, have been imported into the 101 ESPN Air Comfort Service text inbox?
Yep. So when you text into the Air Comfort Service text line, if you've already had a number saved with TMA, it's still saved down here.
All right. There you go. So text in. You just got to switch the number, 314-399-9646. The 101 ESPN app is where you can listen to the program and podcast it. And we still have the TMA STL app, which will continue to run parallel to TMA now on 101 ESPN. The 101 ESPN app is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, and the podcast here on 101 ESPN brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. It is 7:13 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. When we come back, we get into the Missouri debacle on Saturday and the Colonel taking callers, and it did not go well on Gabe's post-game show. We will have that for you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Tonight, it's Monday Night Football on ESPN. Giants and Steelers. Pre-game at 6:30. Kickoff at 7:15. Your destination for the NFL in St. Louis is 101 ESPN.
More time watching sports, less time waiting on hold. Go to carltoninsurance.net today.
Hopefully, when you stepped into your car this morning and hit that garage door opener, the door went right up. If not, you know who to call. That would be Schaefer Door. They have a special standby service on Monday morning because they have found that when garage doors go bad, when they go sour, more often than not, it's on Monday morning. So they have a standby service right there ready to take care of you should you run into any problems this morning. Here's the number you would call for that, 636-782-3608. That's Schaefer Door. Their website is schaeferdoor.com. This is a business that has been around a long time now. They have multiple family members working there. Here's the good part, too. The service techs are not commission-based. They're not going to come out and try to sell you a whole new door if you don't need it. They were out at my house, had them out a couple times. I thought I was going to need a whole new door since it's about 25 years old, and nope, they just gave me a couple struts, and I'm just as happy as I could be. The door works perfectly. They work with LiftMaster for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage doors are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. That's Schaefer Door.
Elevate your performance. Pure Performance is your one-stop shop for all aftermarket modifications, known for their top quality work and outstanding customer service. If you notice your vehicle isn't ready for the upcoming winter's ice and snow, Pure Performance is the best place to go for replacement tires for any vehicle. They don't just sell oversized tires for trucks and Jeeps, but carry tires and wheels for every make and model. Stop by the Pure Performance showroom today, located in St. Charles, or visit pureperformance.com. That's PURperformance.com.
The two scariest words right now are filling and up. Filling up on gas, terrifying. Filling up on groceries, a nightmare. But with a McDonald's $5 meal deal, filling up on flavor is easy. I can choose between a McDouble or McChicken, plus a 4-piece Chicken McNugget, small fries, and a soft drink. All of this for just $5. I'm filling up with a McDouble and Coke. Have no fear. The McDonald's $5 meal deal is here. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. If you've been injured in a truck accident, you need the best. Onder Law, voted 2023's best law firm in St. Louis. Our attorneys will hold truck drivers and owners accountable. We stand up to big trucking companies to get you the compensation you deserve. Let us make your case our cause. Truck accident? Call Onder Law today for a free review. 314 or 618-9-million. That's 314 or 618-9 all zeros.
Thinking about selling your home, but not thrilled about going public? Check out Compass's Private Exclusives with Jeff Lotman. With Private Exclusives, your home is shown to a select group of serious buyers. No public listing, no days on market, just real offers from real people. Their network connects you with top agents and qualified buyers, so your home gets the attention it deserves without all the fuss. Selling your home can be simple and stress-free with Compass Private Exclusives because your home is special. Call Jeff Lotman, your Compass agent today to find out more, or visit the Lotman Group online at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. 101
ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. And every month during the season, you can register to win tickets to an upcoming Blues game. Enter to score free Blues tickets now at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 app. Brought to you by Ted Drew's, serving original frozen custard since 1929. Broadcasting live from the Car Shield Studio, this is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're on our Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Timothy Michael McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne making a glorious return, one segment under his belt. You're thinking about bolting?
Yeah, I haven't signed anything. Let's just see how the next couple hours go.
You've had enough?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm just sampling. I'm sampling the product.
Douglas Elvin Vaughn and Jackson Burkett, heretofore known as Jackson Burke.
That's right.
That's what he's going to go by. Boy, I just got a text from Joey Vitale. And he's doing? He says, my nips are hard.
No.
And it's not even 7:20 on a Monday. This is going to be a great show. So that's how you know if a show's going to be successful. That was Joey Vitale. That's Fire Up CB. Those are your people.
Okay. I feel like you guys have so many weird listeners that you have to come up with your own handle or a hook.
Oh, you don't want to hear from Harrison's brother Master?
Well, that's fine. But I have a way to create one. You start with a title. It's either aunt or uncle or doctor, okay? Then you put in a name. So let's go Aunt Susie. And then you need an adjective. So it's Aunt Susie, and you need crusty razor. So it's Aunt Susie's crusty razor. Okay. We'll start texting the show.
Somebody will take that
Uncle
name.
Billy's broken toaster. It's just all day long. You put in a title, a name, an adjective, and an object. Just boom.
Listen, we got a guy right here, Martin. Sniffing Holes is his name.
Sure. Okay. He abbreviated when I would be like Uncle Billy's sniffing holes. Okay.
Martin, you want to join me and Doug and clog up my other hole? That's from Sniffing Holes. So that gives you an idea.
No. Let's talk about Colts front seven, okay?
Accept that.
Really like what the Lions did schematically yesterday. Doug, how about you?
I've got the suspension log here right.
Okay. You're going to suspend somebody right away in the second segment of the history of our show on 101 ESPN?
Sniffing Holes just got put on notice.
He's gone.
Wow.
I'm going to have to bring up the suspension
kind of
log.
suggests they might be problematic.
I don't know what leads to believe that.
It's a matter of opinion. You are welcome to text in. TMA Texters Air Comfort Service text line. And there's a new phone number for you now, 314-399-9646. And Jackson, what's the Callier and Thompson phone lines? I've been taking phone calls, live phone calls on 101 ESPN. You can call on me. We're used to mic drops on the 101 ESPN app, which is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. And when you're watching us on both TMA's YouTube channel and 101 ESPN's YouTube channel and participating in the chat, the cameras are brought to you by the Air Alliance team. And you can send emails in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. So, Martin, you were making note of the fact that everybody on the program went to the University of Missouri. We went into Saturday hopeful, and once Brady Cook was out, it became clear that Drew Pine just might not be the guy.
Was it a weird vibe early on? First of all, I'm a Mizzou fan, but I didn't go there, so I'm not as emotional about it as you girls seem to be. But
you had some formal schooling, though, didn't you?
I went to Marquette. Yeah. We don't have a football squad. We played like local prisons. They had like a club team, but basketball is our thing. But it started weird when they mentioned J.R. Blood early on. And I thought, who in the hell is J.R. Blood?
They call him the Reverend.
They said he might be the backup. And I said, who in the hell is J.R. Blood? And isn't Drew Pine the noted Mizzou backup that had played at times this year?
Yeah,
and then J.R., lo and behold, did play in the game.
Yeah, it didn't go well for that one particular play.
Box the handoff.
Yeah.
As a Mizzou fan, I thought they have a chance. And months ago, I thought they really had a chance. If you're ever going to beat Alabama, I said, this is the year to get them. They're not the Bama team. My colleague, Kevin Ryans, was at the game for Fox 2. Last night, we're at the office talking. He said, they're not that good, Alabama. Like, we've seen Alabama at a high level. So the hope was this is the year. If you're going to get them, this is the year to get them. And I know Drinkwitz would argue it, but to me, I lump it in with A&M. When you lose 75-10 in combined, those two biggest games, okay, Boston College was ranked, but your two biggest games, you got smoked. That's incredibly disappointing. The season is over if you were wanting to go to the playoff. It's not over. You're bowl-bound. There's no doubt you're bowl-bound, whatever that means. But I just think
you're making reference to the T-shirt last week.
that the coach wore last week, which doesn't mean anything to anybody. They are technically bowl-bound.
Will 90 to 110 other schools, I believe.
Something like that.
It's a tremendous letdown, the season as a whole.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
It's so disappointing because we thought they'd be maybe as good, maybe better than they were last year, and they're just nowhere near the team they had last year. They're nowhere close to it. And at some point, you have to believe your eyes and stop believing your heart that this team just isn't very good. How they're ranked 25th, I don't know. They're not competitive against other good teams. They beat 3 blood donors and 3 legitimate teams, but kind of squeaked by those 3 games, too. And then when they play a solid team, they just get their doors blown off.
What stood out to me specifically about that game is that the defense was playing really well early on. I mean, I think that should be noted. Alabama was not able to really move the football particularly effectively, and Missouri was getting them off the field on third downs, and that had been a problem. But when Brady Cook got hurt and they knew that they were going to have to go to Drew Pine or the Reverend Blood, I texted Jackson, and it's 6-0. Alabama's inside the Missouri 10. And I had a fiduciary responsibility to let him know that Alabama somehow is only minus 20 points right now because I knew what was coming. Missouri wasn't going to be able to score any points, and Alabama was going to get it going because the Missouri offense wouldn't be on the field much, and they would eventually score well more than 20 points. That was as free amount of money as I've ever made in my life.
Yeah, I hammered it. I mean, the defense was playing good, but they're going to be dog tired when it's 3 and out or a turnover every other drive.
His interception that really got things going that Eli Drinkwitz made clear he wasn't particularly delighted with. I don't really know who he was throwing to.
See in the shadows? Was the safety in the shadows and he couldn't see? I mean,
Drew Pine also has what I suffer from, which is a bit of a height issue. And it's rare to see a guy quarterbacking at Notre Dame or at Arizona State or at Missouri as he has who can't necessarily see over the offensive line, and I think that might have played a role.
Isn't it crazy to look at his numbers at Notre Dame? I mean, I didn't watch all their games, but he had pretty good
10-2 that year. He beat Clemson.
He had 22 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and he looked like he'd never played football on Saturday. I mean, the poor kid, I feel bad. I'm sure it's a hard situation, get thrown in there, 100,000 people. I feel bad for him. But multiple people texting me, including my mom, said, why don't they have a better backup? And that seemed to be one of the themes coming out of that game. And I think that's where we're at with Coach Drinkwitz is, and this is my Brady Cook theory. I'm not mad at him. A lot of people are not mad at him. He's a great kid. He's worked his tail off. I think they're frustrated with Drink and the program that they don't have a higher level elite SEC quarterback. Brady Cook's a great kid. He's won a ton of games. I think the criticism people have is with Drinkwitz in the program, if you're going to get to that high next level, you probably need a super stud QB. You get him out of L.A. or Texas or Florida or wherever to get to that true next level. And I think he over-defends Cook, and I think it creates more conversation than anything. There's never been a columnist ripping Brady Cook to shreds. I'm sure there's people online, but that's not representative of largely your Mizzou fans. I think he's done him a disservice by over-explaining Brady Cook and over-defending, and I think it's made it more of a conversation.
Well, if Pine was good at Notre Dame, and he was pretty good, maybe it's a coaching issue here. Maybe it's a scheme thing here. If he's proven at a highest level that he can play, maybe the problem is something other than his ability level.
Well, he's not the only offensive player this year who's been a disappointment. Look at the talent in that receiver room. What if Luther Burden, he makes mistakes? Yes. But is that an elite talent? And what have they gotten out of it? I mean, I think you're going to look back and say, boy, I thought we were going to get a whole lot more out of it. I'm betting anything he's frustrated. That wide receiver room, we keep hearing about one of the greatest receiver rooms in the country. They don't do anything with it.
And they haven't established separation, much less Cook's issues. And then, of course, when Pine comes in, you just can shut it down. But Burden had 3 catches, 3 yards on Saturday, and they were never threatening offensively in that game. And the defense allowed them to have some really good field position opportunities before Cook got hurt. Incredibly disappointing across the board. And yeah, you can focus on 75-10 against A&M and Alabama, but keep in mind there were some near-death experiences against Vanderbilt, who's turned out to be a good team, was right there with Texas on Saturday, and of course with Auburn the week before. So yes, they are by definition a ranked team, 6-2. But if Cook is not healthy, and I think we might find out more about that here going forward with regard to his availability after the bye week against Oklahoma, this thing could wind up being 6-6, 7-5. It isn't trending in a particularly positive direction, and that is the thing that I think has Missouri fans particularly concerned, and understandably so.
It's not a factor, but doesn't the Mizzou in you, and I talked to Mike Kelly at the beginning of the season, and I said, people are so excited. What's the comp? 2008, coming off of 07, you got all those guys back. The closest comp you have to the summertime excitement. This is going to be a great year. And Mike Kelly, I said, there's been a lot of disappointment, not to go all the way back to Tony Van Zandt, and DGB was kind of a letdown. All these. And he said, you mean you don't want us to do the Mizzou thing? Don't do the Mizzou thing? And I feel like that's what's happened. You got all excited, and you got dropped on your head.
Going back to your point about the receivers, I feel like if we weren't told all the time what a superstar Luther Burden is, we might not realize he was a superstar. I mean, he's made some terrific plays for sure, but I kind of thought we'd see that like a couple times a game. Like he would be a real major difference maker, and I don't really think that he is.
Well, I had Will Franklin on TV a couple of weeks ago, played at Mizzou, was on the coaching staff for a while with Barry Odom. He said they have to find a way to create opportunities for him, whether it's, and he called it the Deebo Samuel idea. He said, get the playbook from the 49ers, find a way. He's not just a receiver. He's a talent. He's a threat. And Will Franklin coached him when he was like 6, 7, 8 years old. And he said, we'd line him up at running back. We'd put him at tight end. And I realize that's different than big-time college football. But his point was, you just have to get it in his hands some way. And I don't think they've done a good enough job of that.
Yeah.
And then what stood out to me in the postgame is Drinkwitz was kind of like, hey, I was proud of these guys. They kept fighting as if, well, once Cook got hurt, we had no chance. Well, that's a reflection to me on not having a plan B. Look at Texas A&M on Saturday night, their most substantial win. That's a team that's really trending. Didn't look great as far as the first week of the season, losing to Notre Dame. They went with Connor Wegman to beat Missouri. They went back to Marcel Reed to beat LSU. They had a couple of different options. Penn State lost Drew Aller on Saturday night playing at Wisconsin. They were able to adjust, and I realize Wisconsin and Alabama, different talent levels, but they go and they start running the Wildcat, and they're able to score 14 points in the fourth quarter. Missouri had no plan B. That's an indictment of the coaching staff. That's all there is to it. That's the way that it is, and I think that's what has Missouri fans particularly irritated.
And he basically said it. Well, Brady got hurt. What are you going to do? Like, it's essentially what he said. Well, Brady got hurt, and we just couldn't do much after that. Oh, well. Like, not oh, well. I'm sure it bothers him they lost, but I was shocked at that comment. Hey, we came back after that. Our idea then was we were going to do this, and that didn't work. Instead, it was just kind of, it didn't work. Well, what are you going to do?
This is the way that it is.
I think this, maybe we were all wrong going into this year. Maybe we bought into the hype a little too much, but a lot of talent came back from last year. I don't know if you heard, Doug, they won the Cotton Bowl. They were the Cotton Bowl champions. That was on every press release, Cotton Bowl champions, and yet, talent-wise, I think they're better than they've shown. I mean, that's the whole point. If you're going to lose to Alabama, don't you want to be in one of those crazy great games you talk about for years? Oh, man, if we hadn't thrown that late pick. Boy, if they hadn't run that punt back in the fourth quarter. It wasn't anything like that. You have nothing to discuss. It was just a zero game.
And it could have been worse. Alabama was taking a knee there at the end.
Yeah, that was 41-0 if they wanted.
It could have been a lot worse than it was. Are you happy now that she didn't go to Missouri?
Because of all the heartache?
Yeah.
Oh, every school's got plenty. Like, if we'd only won, I could go. You want me to go through every Marquette tournament loss in the last 20 years? I could do that.
There have been a few.
Yeah.
Missouri 2009, Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See that D. Wade statue? Oof.
Boy, that's going to hurt. Miami put it up. Yeah, Mizzou got us. But I got to tell you, we weren't quite healthy that game. We had the crazy. And then Lazar Hayward stepped over the end line, and he was, oh, man.
See, it's still right there. It's right for you. Guys, I love Martin's takes. Such a good-looking fella. Oh, boy. Thoughts of yesteryear.
Boy, here we go.
Really looking forward to Ask Tony and other such nonsense. No. Do you guys have any stock and or swinger tips? Your favorite swinger, that's from Mr. Smith. Martin, we have a large swinging contingent in our audience.
That's the demo you really want to get after.
Yes.
It's big.
And we have it.
When they asked if I would be part of TMA, and I said, what is the genre? And they said, it's sort of like homoerotic sports radio. Right. And I said, that's really a niche market. They said, well, there was a guy in Sioux Falls for a while that did it, and that's it. And that's it. That's the extent of it.
But Smitty is a real swinger. We've had him on in the show.
Yeah, he might be joining us in the studio.
Oh,
it's something to look forward to.
Listener of the month.
He'll give you some tips if that's an avenue you're looking to go down.
I'm good.
If you want to be the TMA listener of the month, go to TMASTL.com. It's brought to you by Milagro Tequila. Great news. You can keep your anonymity and still win the Milagro Tequila listener of the month.
Because they don't want to admit that they like the show.
I think that is the core reason.
Wow.
Yeah. The few and the proud.
So like Dr. Steve's broken bicycle is a real person.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. But they just don't want you to know that it's really Dr. Steve with a broken bicycle.
That's correct. Mm-hmm. And then they win the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. You can text into the program. Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Jackson, you got those phone lines, Collier and Thompson phone lines, how people can call in and interact with the program.
He's a little tight over there. He's a little tight.
I was giving him the 747 breathing mechanism at around 650. Inhale, hold 4 seconds, exhale 7 seconds. And I think he's in a good place now.
314-451-9712.
And does that spell anything?
It might.
97.
Let's say it one more time. I didn't write it down.
2.
314.
Okay.
451.
Oh, it's easy to remember.
9712.
Okay. Tyoka Jackson was 97.
That's right. A delightful interview.
Oh, great interview. He's probably, Frank's probably doing a podcast with him right now. 9712. Who was the best Ram? Justin Gage. Tyoka Jackson. Justin Gage.
There we go. We got it. All right, Doug?
I don't have anything for the 4-5.
Best talkers, you said?
No, I'm just coming up with
numbers.
Oh, you got to go with your blink.
I always like Nate Hobgood-Chittick. I think it was
95.
Number 95. All right, we're starting to make this happen.
He's deceased, believe it or not.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, young man. I think he had the CTE, too. We should have looked it up and be accurate. But
really?
Terribly sad.
Yeah, he couldn't have been very old.
Remember, he had the van.
He did have a van. That's right. Tim, does this stupid thing work? That's from Painter Guy. I guess he's referring to the text inbox. Yes, it does. I see Martin every opening day doing live shots from our building after the game. That's from Steve in Wildwood. He lives down at 1 Cardinal Way.
Oh, yeah, on the ledge there. What do you call that? What'd you call the outdoor area?
The pool area.
Yeah, that's where he hangs out at the pool.
The
balcony?
Vestibule?
Don't say vestibule. Don't say vestibule. Don't say vestibule.
No, it's a what was the one, Tim's? A balcony.
Okay.
1 Cardinal Way.
Right. 1 Cardinal Way / vestibule. Yeah. Stephen Wildwood leaves mic drops.
He does.
He can call in, and because the number rolls off the tongue. What is it again, Jackson?
Well, Tyoka Jackson's important. Justin Gage is important.
And what do we have for the
451? Is that like Des Moines or something? We need an area code.
314.
451 9712. But are we really going to
9712 or 21?
12.
All right, Justin Gage.
We don't know the number ourselves.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. It's off the rails. Well, you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and then you can talk it over in the YouTube chat. And we have we've received some wonderful support over the weekend.
No,
Jackson,
not so much. Are you being serious?
Absolutely.
Oh, you were being serious. I'm sorry. I thought you were referring to the mean tweets.
That's what I was setting. I was setting that up.
God, I ruined the bit.
Yeah, sketches and bits.
The best bits are the ones rehearsed like Mike and Mike would do. Do it ahead of time.
Greenie, yes, Golick.
No, you would say Greenie would say a word, superfluous, sort of like, and he'd say, What does that mean? And Gola could be kind of...
Why does he talk to him?
Gola could be kind of the caveman, and Granny would say, well, it's funny you ask. We have the definition, and we'll put it on the screen. I'm like, well, that was obviously prepared 2 hours ago.
Sketches and bits.
Sketches and bits. I wrote a poem for today.
Martin's got a poem.
Oh, great.
We've got Chris Kerber at 8:15, Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. There's a chance that Kerber wrote a program. I mean, his broadcast partner did by telling us his nipples were hard for the show. So that gave you an idea of the kind of poetry we're getting on the program.
Maybe he didn't want us to share that.
So all of that is coming your way, in addition to Jackson and Chairman Kurt, who we will introduce to you because he was down in Tuscaloosa, and he said he met the love of his life at the tailgate.
The love of his life. He didn't meet her.
Oh, well, that's a disappointing thing.
Was too shy to go and talk.
You got to put pucks on net. That's coming your way here. In addition, he'll be in studio. All that coming your way with the mean tweets and social media posts that were so supportive of our move. That's coming up. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com. Make your picks for this week's Fastlane Pick'em Challenge at 101ESPN.com. Show off your football knowledge and see if you can top the Fastlane and the dudes from the Rizzuto Show on the point. For this week's top score, it's the Fastlane and the Riz Show throwing down all football season long in the Pick'em Challenge. Enter your picks for this week right now at 101ESPN.com.
Refreshed by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL. Easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy.
Hey, diamond lovers. Shane Company knows fine jewelry. That means a lot when you're looking for a dream engagement ring, a beautiful keepsake, or the perfect gift. When it's this important, you want someone who knows exactly how to work with your budget. Not against it. Someone who knows you deserve a piece more beautiful than you've ever imagined. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've always sourced our diamonds and gemstones directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. Come see us in store and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. So many in stock and ready to take home today. Create your dream engagement ring in 3 easy steps. Or pick a perfectly preset ring that's created by our in-house design team. Browse our selection of fine jewelry gifts for everyone in your life, from diamond and gemstone studs to must-have tennis bracelets and beautiful birthstone necklaces. With our everyday competitive prices and unmatched free lifetime warranty, Shane Company is your go-to destination for fine jewelry. Visit shaneco.com and come in to see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Paramount Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
Adventure is calling. Are you ready to answer? Fishing and hunting aren't just pastimes, they're adventures waiting to be had. From dawn till dusk, every moment outdoors is an opportunity to challenge yourself, connect with nature, and create memories that will last a lifetime. No matter your experience level, there's an adventure waiting for you in the great outdoors. Are you ready? Because nature is calling and it's time to explore. Visit huntforgood.com. Brought to you by the Missouri Department of Conservation.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts today and we'll install them for free. See better and drive safer with O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Sponsored by JimButlerChevrolet.com.
And in the score, Jim Butler.
Selection and price, powerhouse. Trade in value, powerhouse. Financing, powerhouse.
Together, let's drive at JimButlerChevrolet.com.
Listen to 101 ESPN On Demand. Get caught up with all our shows and podcasts at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 app, driven by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Tonight on 101 ESPN, you can catch Steelers-Giants Monday Night Football action. Pre-game here on 101 ESPN at 6:30 p.m. Kickoff at 7:20. And then tomorrow, Blues at Senators right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pre-game starts at 5 p.m. Puck drop at 6 p.m. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in our Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Timothy Michael McKernan, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Martin, right behind you, it's a gentleman you were calling Kevin Garner about an hour ago.
That's not his name. His name is KG.
KG right. In O-Town, Chairman Kurt. He works with me at Sound Story, and he does some social media work for TMA on the side, and he was there in Tuscaloosa on Saturday. Chairman Kurt, good morning.
Morning. Great to make my HD1 debut.
Yeah, this is the big time for you. How was the affair in Alabama?
Everything outside of the 60 minutes of the game was wonderful. I loved it down there.
What was so wonderful? I've never been.
Well, I was telling Doug before the show, he had asked me last week if I met someone down there, if I would consider staying. We kind of laughed it off, but I met isn't the right word, but I saw someone that I would have definitely just given everything up for.
Well, that's called stalking.
Well,
I got to turn around to see the fella.
Yeah, take a good look at Kevin over here.
You can watch him on the YouTube. He's over Jackson's shoulder.
In the shadow, like the safety for Alabama.
There's a TMA YouTube and there's a 101 ESPN YouTube, and he's over Jackson's shoulder. What was so wonderful about her, Chairman?
She just had an aura about her. I didn't speak to her. Probably didn't get within 15, 20 feet. But even from that distance, I could just see that there was just she had it.
How long did you stare at her?
We don't need to talk about that, Doug.
Oh, it could have been a while.
I didn't linger that long.
This is turning rather sad.
What my regret is that you didn't go and talk to her. And
Tell her you're on HD2.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, full disclosure, I'm 39 years old, and there's not a chance that she was over 24.
No. God.
Still, what if she likes an older gentleman?
I mean, I guess there's that possibility.
In
but
St. Louis podcasting.
Yeah, we will never know.
That's what I'm not at peace with, Chairman.
I do think she was wearing a tiger striped dress.
Oh, so she was a Fight Tiger fan?
So and she was at a Mizzou tailgate, so she had to have been a Mizzou fan. Don't know where she hails from. I suppose there's a chance that one day we could cross paths again, but... Yeah, I was speechless. I'm still kind of speechless.
Could you lie about your age? I mean, you could pass for 30.
You think?
Yeah.
You don't want to start a relationship in a lie, though.
Or
I like a little hardcore.
You do, like a dirty.
Okay.
Right. That's what you want.
But yeah, she had it. Whatever it is, she had it. And
It's a lyric, isn't it? It was a lyric.
And now you can't stop thinking about it.
I have not stopped thinking about her since Saturday at around 1 o'clock.
But yet you're at peace with not going and talking to her at the Missouri-Alabama tailgate.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm at peace with it, but there's just, at this point, there's not a lot I can do about it.
Jackson, you're a 26-year-old man.
Indeed.
Martin, he's a man in love.
Wow.
He really is.
With Mizzou football?
That's right.
More with Missouri basketball, actually.
Yeah, me and Desk.
He's been accused of having a Frank Haith body pillow.
Wow, that's random.
Well, it's really cold. I go Kim Anderson. He's a little taller.
How about that squad against Lincoln on Saturday?
How
Right?
about that?
What are we breaking
That was the biggest Mizzou Gloria Saturday.
Fight Tiger. Do you think a 24-year-old lass would go out with a 39-year-old chairman?
Shoot me straight. You don't have to sugarcoat it.
We have to break it down here. If she is at Tuscaloosa for the Mizzou-Alabama game, she likely comes from a little bit of money. That you have to think.
Jackson went to Ladue, so he has an idea of how this works.
I mean, she could have hitchhiked.
Profiling. In theory, but you'd have to think that there might be a little bit of money there. And if there's a little bit of money there, wouldn't the main appeal to dating an older man be something in the financial sector, something money-wise?
Don't say sector.
Wow. Yeah, that was another it's like vestibule, dossier, and now sector.
It's gotten into you.
Well, I'm just saying that if she's in there, if she's going down to Tuscaloosa, I think she has enough money where she's not looking to date an older man. She's probably looking to date someone around her age.
Oh, you're ruling him out. You're saying
I don't want to rule anybody out.
Wow. No, I appreciate honesty in media. I appreciate it.
It is honesty in media.
Well, was there, I would like to ask Kurt, who's sitting behind me, I can't see
turn
him.
around, Martin.
Neck of an L.
So she was your QB1. Was there a Drew Pine in the mix that you could have gone to the backup?
There was a Drew Pine. There was a J.R. Blood. There was
the Reverend.
Blaine Gabbert, Chase Daniel. I've never seen anything like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you been to the Grove?
I have, but I was spoken for at that point in my life, and I went with my significant other at the time, so there was no wandering eyes. But these eyes were ready to just wander all over the place at the quad the other day.
Wow!
I saw a video years ago. A guy did one on how to meet the woman of your dreams, and his trick was to carry around a little tape recorder and a microphone to pretend you were with a radio station. In your case, you really are. Doesn't have to be a big one, but then you can walk up and say, hey, I'm doing a story on such and such, and interview whoever you want to interview.
I like that.
Well, thanks, ass. That would have been nice to know on Friday.
Oh, well, you know now.
We talked about this on Friday. You could have told me this little tidbit, and we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Well, I thought you'd have the nerve to walk up and say hi, but if you don't, you could act like you're working. Hey, we're doing a story on Missouri fans down here in Alabama. You mind talking to us? And then you meet her. You got her name.
That's why Doug's a smooth dog. That was the move, Chairman Kurt. You left a 2-foot putt out there. Otherwise, you win the green jacket.
Yeah. Maybe I'll do it in Starkville.
Okay.
You think she'll be in Starkville?
Not after that performance the other day.
Sounds like Mizzou wasn't the only one who got shut out.
That didn't feel good.
Did you guys send him down there for this particular bit or no?
Sketches and bits.
No, I didn't know.
And bits. No, the chairman loves the Tigers.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Another one.
and he got the opportunity to go with his father, and so he made the drive after. You had a sound story, and you drove down with 7.5 hours on Friday afternoon.
Yep, 7.5. Stayed in Birmingham. Fired up the apps like we talked about, but wasn't a whole lot doing. And
what apps were you on?
Hinge and Bumble.
Hinge and Bumble.
Aren't they on in the afternoons here? Hinge and Bumble. What the hell? Did he just make that up?
No.
That's where the kids go to
Were you with your dad? Hey, Dad, I'll be right back. I got to do a little Hinge and Bumble.
I think he would have stepped out into the lobby of the Red Roof Inn Suites if I would have.
It's just really highfalutin. This is really.
It's sophisticated. It's NPR. It was either 101 ESPN or NPR.
Spread the love, dog.
The Loomster not pleased with Chairman Kurt, at least not going up to this lass. He says this dude is a bigger cuck than Mr. Smith. So the Loomster not expressing support.
Drive-by.
Martin's taking notes.
He's been
it's like watching a candidate in a debate.
He's been writing on that paper like crazy.
Well, corporate has actually sent me in to clean this whole thing up, and I'm just making constant notes.
That way you need to change.
Actually, I'm learning. I don't know what any of this is.
Chairman, what was the hot dad situation like down in Tuscaloosa? That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Pretty good. I was in my seat, and I was blessed enough to have an aisle seat, Doug.
Oh, wow.
So I was up in
more money. Martin, we're surrounded by moneyed people on
so
this
that was
program.
your in. Hey, I've got an aisle seat, and I'm staying at the Red Roof Inn.
With my father.
Yeah, but I up and down a lot in the aisle, letting people pass. I'm a gentleman, but I saw quite a few needlepoint belts too.
Oh, those are like 150, 200 bucks.
Yeah. So I couldn't think about the dads when I had tiger striped dress on the mind.
Did you have to pay a boatload of money for your tickets to get in down there?
No, had a great deal on StubHub. No free ads. Had a great deal on StubHub. I think we were in row 41 of the lower bowl. Good view. But for the 2 tickets, I think it was $193. So
that's not bad.
A little less than
really
100
good.
apiece.
Less than I paid to go to the Auburn game in Columbia.
Yeah.
That's value. Well, you could have had the moment of your life despite the Tigers' performance, and I just can't put my head on the pillow without taking my shot.
Yeah, it's hard. If the Tigers could have lost 112-0, and if I would have talked to her, I wouldn't have cared.
Yeah.
But isn't J.R. Blood a reverend, did you say? So he could have done the ceremony.
Does performing the Plowhawks wedding. Did you know that?
I've done a couple officiating gigs. Yeah.
You got to go online to get the.
Yeah, I think you have to fill something out to make it official. You go to Hinge and Bumble and you fill it out.
All right.
You're officially done.
Yeah, I'm going to need tips on that because I haven't done that before.
Will you pay tribute to the Plowhawk as part of it, or do you keep playing it straight?
I'm not supposed to give a speech. I just have a little script they're going to give me. That's it.
You always will give speeches when you officiate weddings?
I like to work in a little material. Yeah, we'll get to the ceremony in a minute, but first
let me give you
how about those Tigers, huh?
Let me give you a take on Drew Pine. It is 7:51 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. TMA on 101 ESPN. The Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock. Coming up, Chris Kerber with us at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond with us, brought to you by James Carlton at 9 o'clock. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And we have some mean tweets and social media posts that I'm surprised, Jackson, you were able to find one.
I know. You had to really search to find them. But
so we've got that. We've got that coming up as well here on the program. Timothy, Michael McKernan, Douglas Elvin, Vaughn, Martin, Patrick.
Joseph.
It's one of the other.
MJK.
MJK.
I put that on all my cufflinks, Doug, so people can see me on TV.
Nice. And Jackson Bennett Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt dropping by, missing out on the love of his life in Tuscaloosa. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Take the fast lane home weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. with Anthony Stalter, Jamie Rivers, and Gary Davis on 101 ESPN. 2 former pros and 1 average Joe. The fast lane is driven by Scrap Mart Metals Recycling.
Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies is a wonderful person who I've gotten to know here over the last 7 years, and I recommend in a big way to our audience. He's online at evergreenstl.com. That's evergreenstl.com, or you can call him at 314-889-0503. Many regrets for me in my 20s, but one that stands out is not having a financial advisor who stays on top of things like Mark Hanna. Because you set yourself up for later in life when you get things going just by saving a little bit in your 20s. Take advantage of that youth and set yourself up for the future with somebody who knows about the industry but cares about the individual. His name is Mark Hanna. He's with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He's online at evergreenstl.com, and his number is 314-889-0503. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies.
Don't miss Banner Construction's pre-winter window event. Choose from energy-efficient brands and window price points featuring beautiful Pella windows and James Hardy siding. See Banner's work at bannerconstruction.com or call 314-569-1050. Have a banner day.
Go! Hey, this is Tim McKernan. I regret not managing my finances better in my 20s and my 30s. And now I see how crucial it is for achieving major life goals. Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies helps everyday people every day with their finances, discussing cash flow, liquidity, investments, insurance, and tax-efficient strategies. No matter your financial planning stage, Mark will boost your confidence and keep you on track. Learn more at evergreenstl.com.
Equitable Advisors, LLC, member FINRA, a broker-dealer and a SEC registered investment advisor. Equitable Financial Advisors and MI. Evergreen Wealth Strategies is not a registered investment advisor. It does not provide tax advice.
Ready to step your game up to the next level? 5P Academy is the place for any high-level 8 to 18-year-old football player. Based in O'Fallon, Missouri, we have national travel, 7-on-7, and flag football teams with professional coaches. Pre-registration for our 2025 season tryouts in November is open now. Come be a part of the championship-winning 5P family. For more details, email info@5pacademy.com or call Dustin at 314-440-8457.
Right now, 38 states allow for sports betting, including 7 of Missouri's neighboring states. Amendment 2 gives Missouri sports fans the freedom to bet on games too, and that will generate over $100 million for our schools without raising property taxes. Amendment 2 is endorsed by the Chiefs, Cardinals, Royals, Blues, and Missouri's 2 professional soccer teams, the KC Current and St. Louis City. These days, Republicans and Democrats don't agree on much, but the Republican and Democratic candidates for governor are both supporting Amendment 2 because it means more money for education. Amendment 2 isn't like the lottery. There's a strong constitutional guarantee. The new money from sports betting will go to our schools. $100 million for education without raising property taxes. Amendment 2 is endorsed by the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and the Kansas City Star. Vote yes on 2. Paid for by Winning for Missouri Education. Mike Pridmore, Treasurer.
Gets into the paint, scoop at the left side. Shaw for the flush.
Mizzou men's basketball is right around the corner, and we need you to purchase season tickets. The 5th-ranked recruiting class and 13th-ranked transfer class come to Mizzou with high expectation. Season tickets are the only way to guarantee a seat as your Tigers take on marquee opponents Kansas, Kentucky, Arkansas, and California. Do your part in supporting Mizzou hoops with season tickets starting as low as $14 a game. Purchase your tickets today at mutigers.com.
If you talk to someone who has had a kitchen remodel, say, from Collier & Thompson, they'd probably love to show it to you and say, look what our place looks like now. Collier & Thompson does it, and they do it right. Also, football season is here. You might want to update that man cave. Nothing better than sitting in a comfortable man cave, and Collier & Thompson can make it look like the best place in your house. You want an appliance, maybe an appliance for the holidays. You're thinking about that. They've got the top brand names. They got Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero. Got them all. Old Stacy is the appliance guy. He'll do you right. Matthew and Eric are the appliance installers. Also, they are looking to hire some lead contractors. If that is your line of work and you'd like to work for the best company in town that does this sort of stuff, Collier & Thompson is the one to look for. They've got almost everything, and it's all right there in-house. No need to go to 5 or 8 different places to remodel one room. With Collier & Thompson, the countertops, appliances, lighting, flooring, hardware, plumbing, electric, you name it, it is all right there in-house. They will take absolutely great care of you. Collier & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality. Online at collierandthompson.com.
Open up your 101 mobile app for your chance to win free tickets to The Urge. On November 29th at the pageant. Tickets for The Urge are on sale now, but we've got your chance at winning free tickets for the show. Get entered to win now either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
TMA is broadcasting live from the Car Shield studio on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. It's the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Timothy Michael McKernan, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, Martin Joseph Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett, DBA Jackson Burke. Martin, you're so excited to be back on the program that you've actually prepared a poem for us?
Well, I think when people evolve, Rich Gould retired. He's now writing children's books. Did you know that? That's a real deal. It sounds like a bit.
It's already been published.
And it's called, Is There a Snake Down There? And I said, what? Of all the creepy, weird things you could come up. But he's an author, Rich is. People often have a second act, and then Jack Buck would start to write poetry.
He was big into poems. He loved doing that, yes.
I think for me, it's more of a sign of insanity is starting to creep in. No. So I called Burke yesterday, and I said, do you have a music bet? I'm going to need a little, it's just a little something I put together.
So you have a music bet on this?
Yeah. So, what do you got?
That's haunting.
That's sappy. Okay, that's for Frank. What else you got? You got something else? No, that's not going to cut it. That's about the kid who's missing an arm, makes a free throw. Now, what else you got?
You need something more upbeat.
Wicked.
Okay, now
we're rolling balls with Charlie Marlowe.
What was the Viper? No, what was the
Viper Room?
Viper Room.
Yeah, River Phoenix. River Phoenix.
No, but what about in St. Louis? What was the one that was real hot? Pete Ferretti and the gang. What was it?
Pepper Lounge.
Pepper Lounge.
We hung out there, Martin.
Did I? God, I don't even remember that. What else is there? What else you got?
Martin's music beds. This sounds like Motown.
All right, this will work. So just keep it light. Okay, that's fine. Enough already with the bits. All right,
Sketches and bits.
This is a little 18 years retrospective, Doug. Okay.
Anxious to hear it.
When it comes to sports radio, it's filled with bad managers and even worse owners. You just try and find that perfect formula, and it turns out it's little Timmy talking boners.
Oh! Drop out of this.
I once did a show on 590, a little program called The Morning Grind. things ended poorly. I stormed out of a bank vault just to see what I could find. People guessed what happened, thought it came down to me versus Barrett. But nobody knew there was this really ugly T-shirt. We all refused to wear it. That's actually true.
That's true. Some people still own that thing.
As TMA grew, I realized this Doug Vaughn, this fake Martin, was really a star. I wasn't sure what I was going to do, but I knew it wasn't co-hosting with Slayton at some dive bar. Along the way, I met a boot guy, the one, the only Randy Markell. It might have worked, but then he hired Hadley, and the whole thing went to hell.
Oh, no. Oh.
Have I lied yet?
No, well...
The station hired me, Marlowe, even added Frank Opinion to the mix. It was a pretty strange idea, not a sports guy, but he promised we'd be number one with the Hicks. Market's been through a lot, format changes, Monty and Dino. Frank Cusimano's the constant, needs to smoke a cigarette after a plate of pasta and vino. Along comes 101, with a great signal, talented team that can win. I fear it might not work because Mr. McKernan thinks they need to name the station after Tim.
No.
Bad idea.
That's my concern.
Very nice.
He hasn't lied
I haven't lied about anything. There you go. Those are the last 18 years.
Yeah. That summed it up
in
concisely.
Sports radio.
I didn't realize Monty would get a mention in that, but he got in there.
He did.
I couldn't rhyme with Monty, and then I worked with Dino. Wanted to get Frank in there. Wanted to get Hadley, all the greats.
Dino almost knocked us off the air, too, didn't he?
He would play that little Flintstones clip. Talk about bits. That was a good one. Yeah. If we could just get Dino maybe to do overnights, we'll pretend he doesn't work here, not to offend anyone. That's always an option.
So many options. Air Comfort Service is how you can text into the program. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Martin, it turns out Jackson gave out the wrong phone number.
Oh, my God.
By Callie and Thompson. A stunning development in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
The real number is 314.
Whose number did you give? Oatmeal's?
974-0101. 101. Get it? See, that makes sense.
It makes more sense, doesn't it?
Versus 9712, Tioga Jackson, Justin Gage.
Yeah, I think we gave out the hotline, which reminds me, my guy McGraw at 550, on occasion, he would be doing like a spot, and he would stop and say, and call, and he'd rattle off a number, and I would say, that's your phone number. He just gave out, he would accidentally give out his cell phone doing live reads repeatedly. So he'd get a lot of calls for appliances and such.
Is that right?
Yeah. So it's actually 974-0101.
That's right. And you can call in live. We're taking live phone calls here. Who's filtering these calls?
That's a good question.
Oh, wow.
Doug.
Nobody needs to filter.
We're in the moment of transition. We're gonna get
moment of transition.
I like that.
I like Jackson's vernacular.
He's vestibule.
Yeah.
Dossier.
Yeah.
Moment of transition.
We get it. You went to Ladue.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. It's all these polysyllabic words. I don't
Remember
like
when
it.
Bob Costas, when they were handing out the U.S. Open golf trophy, and some weird fan rushed?
That's right.
And he said, oh, my, send in the gendarme. And everybody said, the what? We all went to Google and said, Bob is so much smarter than all of us.
Yeah.
Send in the gendarme.
French
Find the
for
audio
police.
there, buddy.
You got it.
412 people are in the TMA YouTube chat.
Why?
And Jackson, I don't know how many are in the 101 ESPN one. You were doing the math that we were like at 650.
About 250 in 101.
Okay, so we're at 662, I guess, is the number, which is an all-time high, especially without a female involved.
Yeah.
And you're welcome to participate in the two competing chats. I don't know which one is a better chat, but there's the 101 ESPN chat, and then there is the TMA, youtube.com/TMASTL, and they're not happy with Jackson in there. The Walrus King said, way to go, Libby Jack! Martin, they call him Libby Jack
Libby
because
Jack.
they believe him to be a passionate liberal.
Ooh. There's a new twist. Is that why you use dossier to go political?
That's right. Well, I'm trying to establish my dominance. Okay. One way or another. I keep you guys in line.
Libby, I'm writing this down.
This is also on the
This is
notice.
going to corporate.
Libby Jack. Chris Kerber is going to join us coming up at 8:15.
Is he canceled?
He's still with us. 8:15. And then we also have the Colonel, Gabriel P.
He's written a poem.
He has written a poem.
Yeah.
He is a poem guy. And the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Compete against the greats the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You've gotten a chance to know Buck Swope. He is the TMA show historian. And Buck Swope is tied for the lead with the JV golf coach. And you'll like this name, Martin, the ghost of Gangster Pete's hat.
Wow, that's a lot. Hold on.
Means
more notes.
It's just Pete Hack.
Yeah.
Is that a real thing?
That's a real thing.
These are real people.
5 wins in the month of October. So as we head down the stretch with 4 more Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email Today competitions, one of them will emerge victorious this week. Chris Kerber coming up as the Blues fall in Montreal. Get ready to see Brady Tkachuk tomorrow night. You can hear the game here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5 p.m. Puck drop at 6 o'clock. This closes out the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour at 8:04. That's not too bad.
Not bad at all.
That's not too bad.
Not bad at all.
8 o'clock hour brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store coming your way next. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
The Blues season is in full swing, and you can tune in this Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. to hear BK and Ferrario live from the E&B Granite Studio at the Centene Community Ice Center.
Brought to you by Bud Light for the fans on game day, and by E&B Granite, Bernie Federko's only choice for granite countertops, cabinets, and flooring.
You've been waiting, and now is the time. Golden Oak Lending has fixed mortgage rates at 4.875%. But don't wait. This rate won't last forever. Call today and take advantage of our low 4.875 fixed rate. Call 314-567-GOLD. That's 314-567-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending, cured my blues.
5.784 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
This is Jay Delsing. My show Golf with Jay Delsing can be heard every Sunday morning from 8 to 10 right here on 101 ESPN. And as always, it's brought to you by Darty Business Solutions. Tune in for the latest from the PGA Tour, the LPGA Tour, our local golf scene, and much, much more. That's Golf with Jay Delsing, featuring the biggest names in golf every Sunday morning from 8 to 10 on 101 ESPN.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Story with the Lance Story Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Story Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Story Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Lance Story Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 314-260-6120, or visit lance.drurylaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
It's a night to be entertained and inspired. The Musial Awards return to Stiefel Theater Saturday, November 23rd. You can be in the audience for this nationally televised event hosted right here in St. Louis. Named for Stan the Man, the show celebrates the year's greatest moments of sportsmanship and those who embody class and character. Experience the extraordinary moments and people that make the Musial Awards an event like no other. The Musial Awards, presented by Maryville University, Saturday, November 23rd. Get tickets at musialawards.com.
Halloween comes alive at Goodwill. Are you thinking of a classic costume like a pirate, zombie, or superhero? Need to dress to impress at an upcoming party? Seeking something spooky or vintage? Goodwill has you covered. And don't forget to shop our accessories to complete your unique look. We have everything you need to create a costume on a budget. Make Goodwill your Halloween headquarters.
WXOS, WXOS HD1 East St. Louis, and KPNT HD2 Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home with a lifetime warranty and 30-day return.
We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour And we welcome you to participate in the program. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text line, 314-399-9646. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines, 314-974-0101. And Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app. So if you miss anything on any program, you can podcast there, and you can live stream there as well. Our studio cameras, for those of you watching in the two different YouTube channels and the two different YouTube chats, presented to you by the Air Alliance team. Chris Kerber going to join us here coming up at 8:15. And you are welcome to entertain yourself by partaking in the YouTube chat, which is super active, Jackson. I mean, the people are going in there is what they're doing.
I can imagine, first day. I mean, it's just a new feel. People are probably getting fired up, mixing it up.
What did Jim Rome always say? It's like your first beer. It takes a while. Give it 2 weeks. Not for the beer. It's a show. He would always tell people, "You're going to hate it. You're going to hate it. You're going to hate it." So bring on the hate.
That's the nature of the beast. You got a chance to read some of the support over the weekend.
How about this one? Sorry, Barrett. They're blaming Jason Barrett.
Jason Barrett.
He wrote the story that a lot of people saw on Twitter. You just lost a listener. McKernan is insufferable. Now, that could have been from anybody. Awful. Absolutely awful.
Is this the same person? Or
No, I'm moving on. No, this is a terrible move. That was nice and to the point.
Yeah, I respect
Why are you bringing back this high school humor crap? There's a reason they weren't on the air at other stations. I guess you guys weren't on.
20 years later.
This is hurtful. We want sports radio, not inside jokes from South City. Wow. A lot of Tam Avenue jokes. By the way, is there a trivia night? Where would that? That's not
St. Gabriel's.
Oh, so it is in South City.
Where else would it be?
Yeah, St. Gabriel's on November 15th.
High school humor will reign supreme. Bad move. I kind of like that, just to the point.
Yeah.
Just to the point. Loser move. But then they said, good luck with this.
So that was wishing.
They're kind of wishing him well on the way out. What a horrible move.
Yeah.
Take the worst guy on the station. Jesus, Jackson, I'm sorry. Worst guy on the station and add his two buddies to make this bleep show. Just awful. WTF. Done with this station. What an absolute joke. Is John Mozeliak making these decisions? Now, that's not fair to bring Mo into this.
They're not losers.
It seems mostly positive.
Yeah, at this point, so far. See if you can find a negative one.
Okay, this is dumb. I don't want to listen to any of them. Tim McKernan is an ass. Kilcoyne. So far, I like this one a lot. Kilcoyne doesn't have a face for TV or a voice for radio. And what the hell does Doug Vaughn know about sports?
Now we're getting somewhere.
Finally, everybody got taken down and said,
I took shrapnel.
The worst. WRSE.
So it wasn't the worst. It was just worse
the
than...
worst.
Oh.
McKernan's an ass.
Another
That's fair. Kilcoyne doesn't have a face for TV. That's fine. A voice for it. And then what the hell does Doug know about sports? I did see somebody following up and said, well, Doug was on TV doing sports for about 30, 40 years, so he's kind of been around sports a little bit.
Doesn't mean I was paying attention.
Boy, I was reading those and I was laughing. And I appreciate people were upset. And we referenced that an hour ago, how it was really awkward and bittersweet Friday. And it, was sad in many ways, but I was reading those and I was laughing. And my wife got mad. She said, who said that last one? I said, oh, it doesn't matter. It's fine. She's like, I'm going to look him up. No, it's fine. It's totally fine. So we're comfortable with your hatred.
We welcome it, as a matter of fact.
Tim's had 20 plus years of being unliked. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Is there an anniversary?
There should be. There should be some kind of celebration for 20 years of this program being disliked so intensely.
It's quite an accomplishment.
So when we started doing the show, Martin, you and I and the cat, Jimmy the Cat Hayes of, I guess it's FanDuel Sports now. Am I correct on that? FanDuel Sports TV?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the FanDuel Sports Midwest Network. We've decided at work to lop off the Midwest. It's too long. So it's FanDuel Sports Network.
Got it. The show was disliked so intensely in July and August of 2004 that they were having conversations about whacking us right then and there in August of 2004.
I didn't know that.
Oh, wow. That's good history.
Wow.
Yeah.
And whacking, you mean letting you go, not really murdering you?
Correct. I don't believe that we're just talking about
all right, good. And then along came Timmy's dad. Here's what you do. You get some sponsors.
Why does he sound like Jimmy Stewart?
And I think they're going to want to have Timmy read the spot. Well, the cat could do it. Oh, they really want Timmy to do the spot.
My dad wasn't even there.
And it's about a puppy. Timmy will do the spot. He doesn't have a puppy. Oh, yeah, it's good. Timmy will do a good job.
Again, it sounds like It's a Wonderful Life.
That's how I hear him. He might be a bit. Ask Mr. McKernan.
No bad idea.
Just whatever you
Sketches and bets.
Ask Tim's dad.
Ask Tim's dad. Ask Tim's dad.
I told him I was thinking about doing this. I thought it was a bad career move. He said, it'll be good for Timmy. So you should everything goes back to it should be good for Timmy.
The real impression of my father is, Timmy, you're doing that dumb crap on that HD2 thing. I like Balloon Party. I think that you got a real audience there. You guys jacking around on HD2, buddy. I don't know. That's the real. That's the real.
And then he just pours a bucket of bush beer on his pork steak.
That's exactly right. That's how it goes.
That's the whole conversation.
That's it. Chris Kerber's going to join us on the other side of our break, talking Blues Canadiens on Saturday night. Drew Bannister was not particularly pleased with the festivities and trying to get back on track tomorrow night in Ottawa. That's coming your way next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
It's time for another moment in Blues history.
On this day back in 2000, the Blues would pick up their 7th win of the season as they took down the Dallas Stars. An exciting one in front of a sold-out crowd at Sava Center as Pierre Turgeon scored the first goal of the game for St. Louis. Mike Keane would tie things up at the end of the first. Then Scott Young would score the Blues' second goal, but Mike Modano would score back-to-backs in the second period. Dallas leading by 1. Turgeon would tie it up there in the beginning of the third period, and then Al McKernan nets his second of the season and a game winner in overtime.
This date in Blues history was powered by Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926. For all your HVAC needs, ClassicAirCare.com.
When was the last time you checked if your car and home rates were competitive? CarltonInsurance.net today.
Feeling like you've lost your edge? If your energy, focus, or drive isn't what it used to be, it's time to get back on track with Mentality Health, your local experts in testosterone replacement therapy. Visit Mentality today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. Your first step to reclaiming your vitality. And enter promo code RISE upon going to the website. That's RISE. It is important to do this. You're going to get yourself a break there by entering RISE when you go to lowtusa.com. Is belly fat and a lack of muscle tone holding you back? What used to be easy to maintain might be harder now, but Mentality can help. Mood swings and irritability can be caused by low testosterone. Low testosterone doesn't just affect your body, it can impact your mind too, leading to irritability, anxiety, and even depression. Visit Mentality today and enter promo code RISE at lowtusa.com. That's promo code RISE at lowtusa.com.
Welcome to Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi in Bridgeton.
Look into my eyes.
Okay.
You will give me any vehicle for $29 down.
You read my mind.
What? I did?
Yes, every new Mitsubishi and every pre-owned, just $29 down, $29 plus new Outlanders with 0% financing. 0%. You could call it fantastic.
I'd rather not.
Plus, you get a lifetime warranty. Lifetime, no charge at Frank Lita Mitsubishi.
Lifetime? I should have come in centuries ago.
$29 down, 0% financing, and a huge selection of new and pre-owned. It's a scream.
Seriously, the pun is so bad.
At Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi.
In the automotive outlet in Bridgeton.
YesLita.com.
YesLita.com. Now, how many lifetimes is your warranty?
#1 based on the National Mitsubishi Report as of 9/1/24. New 24 Mirage, 19.3, 29 down, $320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR, plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
If you've been injured in a car wreck, you need the best. Onderlaw, voted 2023's best law firm in St. Louis. We know how to handle the insurance companies, and we'll make sure you're compensated for physical, emotional, and financial injuries. Let us make your case our cause. Car accident? Call Onderlaw today for a free review. 314 or 618-9-million. That's 314 or 618-9 all zeros.
Don't miss Banner Construction's pre-winter window event. Choose from energy-efficient brands and window price points featuring beautiful Pella windows and James Hardie siding. See Banner's work at bannerconstruction.com or call 314-569-1050. Have a Banner day.
Go! Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Installation is keeping you in your comfort zone this winter with Carrier Cool Cash rebates up to $2,100 on a new HVAC system, plus 0% financing. For details and a free estimate, visit aircomfortservice.com.
Open up your 101 mobile app for your chance to win free tickets to Mr. Blue Sky, a tribute to Electric Light Orchestra. Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why. On November 22nd at the pageant.
ELO's Mr. Blue Sky, it's iconic.
Tickets for Mr. Blue Sky, a tribute to ELO, are on sale now. But we've got your chance at winning free tickets for the show. Get entered to win now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
Inside the Car Shield studio, you're listening to TMA on 101 ESPN. We're talking everything St. Louis Blues as we head into the Blues booth on 101 ESPN. Presented by Boardwalk Hardwood Floors. Find your perfect new floor at boardwalkhardwood.com.
Welcome back to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the show, Martin. It's our very first guest on HD1.
Wow.
Yeah. Landmark.
Is he still on the
question.
line? If I were him, I would hang up.
He would bail on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Let's check. Chris Kerber joins us here on 101 ESPN. Morning, Kerbs.
I got too much sense to hang up on you guys.
How about that?
Still there.
That's an endorsement.
It really was. We'll take it. It wasn't great.
It's the first positive feedback we've received, I think.
Well, it's also, we called him, to be fair. He didn't call us. Right. We called him.
Yeah. That is true. I didn't set a wake-up call this morning in Montreal. I figured you guys would be it.
Yeah, that's us. It's good to talk it over with you here on the show. Kerb's with us every Monday to review the weekend that was for the Blues. And the overriding theme here has been chasing the game, and that's what took place again on Saturday night. It's been a theme for the Blues, and it's been problematic. I'm a big fan of the Curbside podcast. Listen to it following every game, and I know you guys, you and Cam Jansen, have been talking about that as well. What do you think is the cause for the Blues running into this problem so far in the first 9 games?
You know what? I really don't have an answer for that. It is a snag here. I mean, dropping down by 1 goal doesn't seem that much, but once again, it was 2 goals. That's happened 4 times. You've fallen behind in games in 7 of the 9 games you've played, and you've only had, I think only one game where you have had the lead the whole game, like tied or lead, so it's kind of crazy, some of these numbers. Now, I'm going to chalk it up to, and I don't know if I'm right or not, but the only thing I could really figure out here is you're still chalking it up to kind of a series of a whole bunch of new guys being in a lineup, right? And still trying to get a few things figured out. The one other consistent thing that the players have talked about is they seem to play a good solid, 40 to 50 minutes. And it's that full 60 that they're looking for, which sounds cliche, and I've never understood how you justify that. But the reality of it is in games like the Islanders game or the Toronto game, we've seen when that, when they can really put it all together, how good they can be. It's just for whatever reason, the problem is, you guys know, when you're trailing in a game and you drop by 2 goals, and like I said, you've done that now 4 or 5 times. It takes a lot to try to come back in, and you're just not going to do it more times than not.
I know it's awfully early to be looking at the standings, but I'm doing it anyway. The Central looks like it could be maybe the toughest division in hockey. There's 3 teams off to blistering fast starts, and Colorado's won 5 in a row. Is there some concern that they're going to have to pick it up, or they could get buried in this division?
Yeah, I think going into this season, you could look and say the Central Division, Doug, was going to be the toughest division. I mean, the crazy part about it, I was talking to somebody on a Winnipeg radio station, and you're 7-0, but you only have you're undefeated, and you only have, a 4-point lead or a 2-point lead over Dallas. Colorado started 0-4 and have now won 5 straight and are tied with the Blues in the standings. Nashville started 0-5 and have now won 3 straight. This division is going to be really tough. And the Blues are 0-2 in the division so far, right? So, now we're in a real long stretch of runs against the Eastern Conference teams at the moment. We'll head to Ottawa today and then take on Ottawa tomorrow. But, it's just going to be a grind, an absolute grind of a season from a divisional standpoint. And it's going to make it tough because you've got to finish top 5 to give yourself a chance at the postseason. And depending on what happens in the other division, top 4 may not even get it done.
Curbs is the quietest player so far, Ben Buchnevich, and is he going to be greatly affected? Is he the most affected by the Thomas injury, do you think?
Most affected, yes, in terms of, moving up the lineup and some of the ice time that he's going to get. He was working really hard with Steve out on faceoffs a couple of days ago in practice, and I talked to him about taking faceoffs, and he said some guys like you play the experienced guys like Austin Matthews, and it's much harder for them than maybe some of the inexperienced guys like they had in San Jose. But it's still just a learning curve, and they're working on it. I think Pavel Buchnevich has had a really solid start to the year when you consider trying to play regularly in a new position. He's been effective with some points. Thought he and Kyrou looked really good in that last game together. So there's going to be, I looked it up. You're talking about, Robert Thomas being out until that second week of December, if not a little bit more, because they just said reevaluated in 6 weeks. And I think the opportunity, you talk about maybe the centerman in Buchnevich, but for somebody like even Kyrou to really carry this team offensively is something that I think is going to have to happen.
Curbs, we have a texter who, anytime Jeremy Rutherford is on TMA, he asks about Jordan Kyrou. And I heard you guys on your Curbside podcast talking about Kyrou's game on Saturday night, and 10 shot attempts, 6 shots on goal. What is your analysis of his performance? As he hasn't been necessarily scoring any goals, but he has had 7 assists, if I'm not mistaken. That's the number he's at right now. What is your thought on where he is through 9 games?
Scored 2 goals in the season opener in Seattle, has not scored since, but like you said, has had 7 assists since then. So you're talking about averaging a point a game right now as you approach game number 10, Tim. I think Jordan Kyrou's had a good start to the year. I think, especially, I look at so far, even the first 2 games on the road trip, the way he's played around the puck, the way he's held the puck, and the way he's kind of commanded the puck and done a really good job. And, I think for the most part, he's making the right plays more than he's making the wrong plays so far. And you're not seeing him kind of give up on a shift maybe or taking a cheaper route. Like he's playing the game down low. He's working high. I think he's played well defensively, to boot. So I think all in all, the one thing you really wanted to see from Jordan Kyrou is more consistency in that style of play. I think we've seen it so far. And I still think there's more to give. So I think you got to be pretty satisfied with Jordan Kyrou. Now, the one area that I think does glaringly need improvement, for him is the desperation in the final 2 minutes. If you pull the goalie, the last couple times, and this happened quite a lot last year, it was his puck play or his turnovers that eventually led to the empty net goal against. And look, the odds are you're going to give up an empty net goal against. I get it. But they've got to make better decisions at the blue line if he's going to be that high forward when the goalie's pulled. But all in all, I think you got to be pretty happy with the start for Jordan Kyrou.
How about the start for the 2 guys they got from Edmonton, Philip Broberg and Dylan Holloway? Have you liked what you've seen from them?
Yeah, I told you. I got a call from an Edmonton radio station a couple of days ago to do an interview, and they said they're basically tracking these guys every single game. I'm like, oh, man, you guys are going to be in for it for a long time if that's the case, because these guys have been great. Philip Broberg maybe had his quietest game as a Blue in the last game, but he has been nothing short of outstanding. And I'm not even just talking the points, guys. His ability to kill plays, he's been physical. I mean, at one point took out 2 Maple Leafs in one play. He's been fantastic. And I'll tell you what, and not knowing much about these guys, Dylan Holloway has been such a conscientious defensive forward in terms of his willingness to get back and battle and make plays. And the Blues have been able to use him now in a scenario that's had him play all, either center or wing on the top 3 lines at different times. I think for what they did, the low risk, not much of a gamble for the St. Louis Blues on this one, but a high upside. I think the early returns are showing that the high upside is going to be fantastic.
Curbs, did you say you're still in Montreal? You guys been there for like 4 or 5 days just hanging out? Players got to love this trip. They went from Toronto to Montreal for the whole – I know they're dialed in. I'm not saying they aren't dialed in. Tell me about Chief in Toronto. And those not paying attention, Berube's going to be in town this Saturday.
It's going to be a big night.
Chief's return to St. Louis. Looking forward to that. You think his head's going to explode in Toronto? If you don't win the Cup in October, they're already crazy mad.
Yeah, they had a reporter. They lost 2 preseason games, and a reporter asked Chief if it was time to panic.
Nice.
Okay, I'm serious. I'm serious. That actually happened. First off, it's a great trip. It's a different travel schedule this year. There seems to be kind of a little more downtime on the road. So the ability to spend the extra day off yesterday in Montreal versus out in suburban Ottawa, I think is fantastic. Everybody was excited about that. And they'll take the train today. So a little train ride, a little 2-hour train ride between Montreal and Ottawa. So we'll make like New Englanders today and get to Ottawa via train. Chief was awesome, Martin. We caught up with him for a little bit right after his media scrum. I asked him, I said, what's something you grew to love about St. Louis? And he said, the people. He said when he got let go, he looked at his wife and said, we will never be treated this well anywhere that we might go again. And he looked me square in the eye and he goes, and I mean that. Like, okay, I'm not going to argue with you. Right? So it was a nice thing to say. He loved his time. He loved his time there. And it was great. And he knows it's just the game. Sometimes you move on. I think the reception he's going to get next Saturday night at the home game is just going to be off the charts, as high as anything I've seen. Look, I think Craig Berube, for obvious reasons of winning a cup, but his demeanor, he never one time made anybody feel like they were bothering him for something. Like when you got to do interviews with a coach or you got to do press, right? He never one time was disrespectful to anybody. There's no storm off. There's no rant. There's no, every now and then some answers might have been shorter than not, but it was just, he was such a level-headed guy with intense emotion, yet it was just amazing to work with. And the players love playing for him too. So, I think it's going to be great. He'll be fine in Toronto. His biggest challenge in Toronto, as he said, he knows he's got the players. It's just, are the players willing to check? Are they willing to play the style of hockey you need to play to win? And trying to break that through for Toronto is going to be a good challenge for him.
Can't wait to see the reception on Saturday night for Craig Berube. Blues and Leafs, 6 p.m. First order of business tomorrow night against the Senators, then the Flyers. Back home they go, hopefully.
Are you reading the schedule?
I see it right up there. You seen the blue?
Oh.
This is the home of
Douglas there. I thought you were going to roll off the next month.
I think the tough one's going to be Nashville, and then they go to San Jose.
Okay, we're into December, Douglas. Wrap it up.
Curbs, good talking it over with you, man. Thanks so much for the time.
I can't wait to call into the scores line and just hear you rattle off the schedule. That'll be perfect.
Thank you, Curbs.
All right, guys. Cheers, everybody. Welcome back.
Thank you. That's Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We have breaking news here. This is huge. The girl in the tiger stripe dress, who Chairman Kurt said in our Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkett.
Oh, has there been a restraining order issued?
Somebody actually thinks they have a picture of her and may know her.
Oh,
Doug. So we might have something to gain from what took place in Tuscaloosa on Saturday. So we'll have that coming up. In addition to Eli Drinkwitz got a little banty with a reporter who asked a question following the game. We'll have that for you as well. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. It's how we wrap up the program every day. It'll be coming your way at 10:45 now that we are on until 11 a.m. And Buck Swope, who is the show historian, texted me during a commercial break to let me know that JV golf coach Martin is actually winning over the Ghost Gangster Pete's hat and Buck Swope because I voted for JV golf coach on Friday. So he has 6 wins and not 5.
Does Buck have a real job? Is Buck Swope his real name?
He's a show historian. That's his job.
I met with him, and he really is a historian.
He has studied the show.
On April 12th, 2005. Remember when Hayes called in from Ireland? Was that on yeah, it was that day. That was in the 8 o'clock. I'm like, what is wrong with this guy? Does that job pay anything?
No.
Okay.
No, it's volunteer work.
Yeah,
wow.
glory.
Well, there's a lot of glory there.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's all coming your way here on the program. Plus, Mike Francesa is not happy with the New York Jets, and he really is a friend of the show. So we have that audio. This is TMA. It's on 101 ESPN now, and we are in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com.
Jamie Rivers back with you here, and it's time for another jersey giveaway. This one is awesome. Justin Falk home jersey. Beautiful to add to your collection. You're absolutely going to love it. All you got to do is go to 101ESPN.com or 101 mobile app, register to win, and the winner must be 21 and older, and our giveaway is courtesy of Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Hey, Classic Air Care is there for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you have an issue with your air conditioner or your heater over the weekend as this weather starts to turn, if you have it there, at some point in time, you may need it fixed on a weekend. They've got a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week emergency hotline for you to call, and they can get service to you. It's one of the great services provided by Classic Air Care. They've got maintenance plans that allow you to make sure that your HVAC unit and your air conditioner are working perfectly when you want them, and they will make sure that it's nice and easy for you. You don't like to go out and buy air filters. Maybe you forget to buy air filters. Those are important. You can click a button on the website right there on the top of the website. They'll send them directly to your house. There's a reason that Classic Air Care has been making people comfortable since 1926. It's because they take care of their customers. And how well do they do it? It's easy to find out. Go to ClassicAirCare.com and check out their 4.8 Google rating and find out the great reviews that your neighbors are saying about the service they got from Classic Air Care. So before we get into the winter, make sure you get that unit maintained. Make sure you're ready to go with your furnace. It's ClassicAirCare.com.
It's finally here, hockey season. Hey, it's Bernie Federico, and you better believe I'm excited about the Blues hitting the ice. In hockey, it's all about timing, not just speed. Players need to be in the right place at the right time, ready to act without hesitation. The same can be said about buying a home. You have to make the right offer at the right time and be ready with your home loan. That's where First Community comes in. They have home loan products for everyone. For a first-time buyer, you can enjoy no down payment, no private mortgage insurance, and no closing costs. Maybe you're ready for your dream home. Choose from fixed rate, adjustable rate, or even jumbo loans. Plus, every loan is serviced locally, meaning you get real support right here in St. Louis. Believe me, that matters. With rates down and inventory up, now's the time to buy. Visit firstcommunity.com or stop by your nearest branch. First Community, calling St. Louis home for 90 years.
Must qualify for membership. $1 share account required. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing lender. Call toll free 1-888-642-7969 for terms and conditions.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Paramount Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver to detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle. Active Liver is available in stores at CVS or online at Amazon.
It's warm now, but winter will be here before you know it. That's why Banner Construction is having their pre-winter window event. Choose from Banner's various energy-efficient brands and window price points featuring beautiful Pella windows. Banner is a certified Pella contractor and preferred James Hardie specialist. If you've been considering new windows or a fresh new exterior for your home, see Banner's work at bannerconstruction.com or call 314-569-1050 and have a banner day.
Go! Sponsored by BOS. A dream vacation, the ultimate wedding. When life-changing moments call for bold purchases, you need a bank like BOS. They can help you plan ahead and save, so you can seize the moment with bold confidence. BOS. Bank boldly. Member FDIC.
St. Louis Blues hockey can be heard exclusively on 101 ESPN. Get the info you need before and after every Blues game with the First Community pre- and post-game show.
First Community Credit Union, calling St. Louis home for 90 years and powered by Scott Lee Heating Company.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Clippers defeat the Warriors last night, 112-104, your final score. James Harden with 23 points. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by
That's the update. The world off.
Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Stunning Sports Center update from NBA boy.
Just a random NBA score.
Yeah. I mean,
that's the big news.
Blues, Senators, Missouri, Alabama, still ranked. Illinois, fallen to Oregon.
Well, the best part about this
City
news,
2, Doug? City 2?
City 2.
Western Conference Final of MLS Next Pro.
Yes.
The best part of this new thing is that I'm going to get 4 Sports Center updates a show, so there'll be so much time for magic. I would say the first one would be more normal, and then I'm gonna let my wings fly.
Gonna freestyle?
I mean, maybe.
Maybe Drink will wear a shirt this week that says "Still Ranked." That could be, instead of bold on, you just write "Still Ranked."
Martin, he was not pleased with a question following the loss to Alabama on Saturday. We will have that audio for you here coming up momentarily. Gabe DeArmond's going to be joining us at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton. This is The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, also known as Little Piddles by Jamie Rivers.
Right.
And before we get to the drink audio, a listener has sent me a DM. Chairman Kurt, would you like to approach? You're going to have to slide behind Doug.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's caressing.
That's enough.
There's a slight
He
caress.
got a lot of room to clear. He cozied on up.
Is he on cam here, Jackson?
Yeah, let me. Yeah, he's on cam.
All right.
He's looking good too.
What are the legalities of this? Are you going to show this?
We have. Well, I'm not going to show the picture.
Oh, okay.
I'm showing him. This is a listener said this may be the tiger stripe girl from Tuscaloosa on Saturday that Chairman Kurt saw at the tailgate and said he fell in love with, but he never approached her. We're trying to bring them back together.
Exciting.
Chairman Kurt, here is the lass. Is this her?
That is not her, but I do know who that is.
Wow. Okay. Well, we got a developing situation. You know her.
Yeah. That would be the mother of QB1 Brady Cook.
Oh,
Doug.
Gosh.
Oh, Doug.
That's not her. Can verify that's not her.
Yeah, you identified this gal as 20-something.
Like, how can you tell? That's a side shot. I mean, how can you tell it's Brady Cook's mom?
That's his father right there.
Okay, well, that's probably, but now it's starting to lead to a little more circumstantial evidence, Martin.
And I know the family.
So that is not the tiger stripe dress girl.
No, unfortunately, it's not.
But it is Brady
What if
Cook's
it
mom.
was? What's going to change? You were 10 feet away and nothing happened, and now we're going to zoom in on a cell phone and suddenly, oh yeah, that's her. Well, what are you going to do? Well, that's her.
If somebody was able to take a picture and they know her, maybe I have an in now.
Yeah.
See, now we're going to make it happen, Martin.
I don't see it. You were right there.
Get back on Bumble.
Hinge and
Bumble
Bumble.
and Hinge.
Bumble and Hinge.
Live Columbus, Ohio mornings with Bumble and Hinge. Chairman Kurt has just left the studio.
Thanks,
disappointed to see the lady that was sent in was not the woman of his dreams, but instead it turns out it was Brady Cook's mom. So that's wonderful.
Gosh.
Eli Drinkwitz was asked about the 34-0 loss, making it 75 35-10, the score between Texas A&M and Alabama for Missouri. If this game reminded him of the loss in College Station, here is his response.
No, I didn't see any similarities. I saw 3 turnovers. I saw a bunch of guys beat the crap that went out there and fought their butt off. There wasn't anything similar to the Texas A&M at all. It was 13-0 at halftime because of an interception. We fought our butt off, and any other conversation outside of that's ridiculous.
Odd time to get mad at the media.
Coach, do you think this was at all like the loss at College Station?
No, who is that?
I'm just assuming it's a lot of younger people that cover the team.
But they're past puberty, though.
Well,
That sounded
I don't know. I think he's right in the sense you weren't getting drilled early and often. You were kind of alive. Did you ever feel like they were really in that game? No.
No. Even at 6-0,
but
I
technically
didn't.
they
Once
were
Cook was
still
hurt.
alive.
Yeah.
But I think it's a fair thought overall. Coach, you had 2 big tests. Maybe it's not in that moment after that game, but by Tuesday, I would say, Coach, your 2 biggest games were blowouts. How do you view that in terms of the excitement for this season that you fully embrace and you should have? I think that's totally fair. He feels, the A&M game, we all kind of said, did they quit? Maybe that's the difference. He knows that in that game, they sort of laid down the opening play in the third quarter. Maybe that's what he feels was different. But the end result is still you're in college football trying to win big games, and you're getting mopped up and down the field. That's embarrassing.
You ever have him yell at you like that?
No, he didn't.
He wasn't really yelling, but he was not
snap
happy.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, his opening press conference, which now would have been 5 years ago, 2 things he didn't like. Somebody told me he was friendly with Bill Belichick. So I brought that up, and he kind of nervously said, "What? No, why, Bill?" He didn't like the fact that somehow I knew his business, but I thought it was interesting. Mm-hmm. And for a coach that nobody knew anything about, I thought if I were him, I'd roll that out there.
Yeah, that's credibility.
Day one, I got to know him at a coaching clinic, or my friend but he shot that one down. I was standing next to Vahe Gregorian, and he said, "Oh, I was going to go there too. I heard the same thing." But the answer was unusable. And then I said, "Coach, I was just talking to your wife," because they always make the family available on those opening introductory press conferences. And I just said, "Tell me something about Eli that folks wouldn't know." And she said, "Oh, well, he does come off as cocky at times, but he's really not, but he can come off that way." And I said that to him. He said, "You were talking to my wife?" And I said, "Yeah, well, she was over there with a bunch of us. It was a scrum of reporters," or whatever I think it was. But he didn't like that answer. So he never barked at me, but I knew he didn't like either of my questions on opening day.
Well, it's a very controlled message. The post game lasted about 5 minutes, and oftentimes his interactions with Chris Trevino are terse.
Very brief.
Very brief.
Well, I think he likes Chris, but he's not going to extend. I listened to the post game after they lost to A&M. And the nature of all post-game shows, it's a lot of commercials. I get it. I stayed in my car and waited and waited and waited and waited. And Mike goes, "You're listening to the Tigers Network. We'll be back." And then you're like 5 minutes later, he goes, "Once again, the final, and we'll be back." And I just keep waiting because I do want to hear how the coach reacts to that blowout in A&M a couple weeks ago. And they finally go, "Let's go down to Chris with the coach and say, 'Coach, this was a tough one.' He's like, 'We just did a lot of things wrong, and we just got to get better.' M-I-Z." And it was like 8 seconds, maybe 12. And I'm like, that's it. But college coaches in general run the show.
Things. It's a little kingdom in these small towns with usually young reporters getting their starts.
I got mad at Pinkel. I thought he bullied some of the younger reporters. And at one point, we talked about it off air years later, because it is a bunch of young kids that are journalism students or a smaller market where they can kind of rule the show and they don't like being questioned. I do think that's a reasonable thought. In your 2 biggest games that we would have said in April, what are the 2 biggest games? We would have said it all for months. And they were big blowouts in both games. That's something that you have to account for, even if you didn't like comparing the 2 maybe in terms of effort.
Yeah, and you could say, hey, I can understand where people are coming from by the 41-10 loss, but today, considering the health of the team and the way that the guys were still fighting in the second half, and hey, it was a 6-0 game late in the second quarter, somehow, before that interception, this was a totally different game, and I was really pleased with the way the guys battled considering the circumstances, and doing that validates what your belief is that the team fought as opposed to dismissing it, which then makes it seem like you're defensive.
Or understand, you say, hey, I get where you're coming from, but this was different. This was a different vibe, a different effort. You don't realize the situation. You know, there's a way to answer that without making it seem just insane to lump the two together. Because for fans, and probably them behind, they know what are your toughest 2 games this year. They know that. So to lump them together is not unreasonable.
But if you scold the reporter, then everyone else is afraid to ask a question, and then you get out of there real quick and don't have to answer a bunch of questions. Why, you lost 34-0.
And then you just yell M-I-Z if you're the reporter to see if he'll say Z-O-U.
Michael, would you say an outstanding job from Luke today?
Outstanding job from Luke.
What about that question?
Maybe we needed Cal May in Tuscaloosa. Coach, would you just say this is the same old crap as what we saw at College Station? And that would have set him off.
Drinks arrogance and attitude of trying to convince us how everything is fine. Making a bowl is a success. Reminds me of Mazalek. Making the playoffs is great. No championship goals. Same as Mo, just not using the big words. That comes from C in the 336. 336 area code. Doug, you know that one?
I don't.
Yeah, area code 336.
Morning.
Yeah,
It's still harder to make the playoffs and make a bowl game, that's for sure.
Yeah, mathematically.
But when you lose as badly as they lost, there isn't any question that he's going to like. I can't imagine any question that someone would have posed to him that he would have been happy to field.
Right, and I understand that with coaches. You put everything into these games, these teams. I get it. It's gut-wrenching. He knows that's embarrassing. He looks up, sees 34-0. He's not going to be in a good mood. I agree with that part of it. But also part of the job is to, if it's a reasonable question, then I think it's okay to answer it. Even if you're, listen, I'm not really in the mood to dissect that right now. I get where you're coming from, but I just can't even think about that right now. I'm just feeling, I had so many beat up kids in there. That's all I'm thinking about. All right, there's a way still to answer it without making the reporter feel small.
It's the morning after here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. And you are welcome to participate in the show by texting in the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. Longtime TMA listeners, switch that number and your phone. And then the YouTube channels of both 101 ESPN and TMA are open for you to chat and interact with the program as well. Gabe DeArmond is going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:45. On the other side of our commercial break, something that reminded me of a Cardinal debacle took place in one of the first couple games of the World Series. We'll have that for you next. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
You can now watch 101 ESPN live on our Air Alliance Team Studio Cams. Catch every show live on our YouTube channel or at 101ESPN.com. 101 ESPN Studio Cams.
Presented by the Air Alliance Team Heating and Cooling. Getting the job done quickly, correctly, 100% of the time.
Have kids under 25? We can save you money at carltoninsurance.net.
At Shane Company, we make finding your perfect engagement ring fun and easy. Because let's be honest, you might feel a little stressed out. We get it. That's why we do all the hard stuff. It's our job to bring you the biggest selection of beautiful diamonds and colorful gemstones, so many amazing settings, and all the customization your heart desires. We've got your style and your price range covered, and we're here to guide you every step of the way. Come in for a warm welcome and leave with your dream ring and an experience you'll never forget. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Gets into the paint scoop at the left side. Shaw for the flush.
The Zoo men's basketball is right around the corner, and we need you to purchase season tickets. The 5th-ranked recruiting class and 13th-ranked transfer class come to Mizzou with high expectation. Season tickets are the only way to guarantee a seat as your Tigers take on marquee opponents Kansas, Kentucky, Arkansas, and California. Do your part in supporting Mizzou hoops with season tickets starting as low as $14 a game. Purchase your tickets today at MUTigers.com.
There's nothing more important than the look and feel of your home. So now's the time to make your home your retreat. Replace your tired old windows and doors with Marvin replacement products designed to improve comfort and efficiency. Fisher Window and Door Store, a reputable local company, will guide you through the entire replacement process. Their experts will help you make the right choice for your home, and they'll measure, design, and install your new windows and doors.
Hi, I'm Jim Fisher. Since 1941, the Fisher family has provided you with quality American-made building products, including Marvin Windows and Doors. Come visit one of our showrooms in Brentwood or East Alton, and let us help you increase the value of your home.
Bring that distinct sense of quality to every room with Marvin. Visit Fisher Window and Doors' huge, newly remodeled showroom in Brentwood, or Fisher Lumber in East Alton, Illinois. Quality and comfort starts at Fisher Window and Door. Online at fisherwindow.com.
Save big money on your next project right now at Menards, your plumbing headquarters. Put the finishing touches on your bathroom with a faucet from Moen. Moen products are built to last. The Zyla 2-handle bathroom faucet features a spot-resist brushed nickel finish to prevent fingerprints and water spots. Save big on Moen faucets. And don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
The 101 Reward Center is always loaded up with awesome giveaways. And right now, we have your chance to win a tailor-made golf bag.
Nice.
Get entered to win that sleek, tailor-made golf bag right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
Live from the Car Shield Studio, this is TMA on 101 ESPN.
It's Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber with us earlier in the hour. Miss anything? You can go to the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app, all presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. And we'll have Gabe DeArmond coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, and he is presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. I was watching on Friday night, already hopped up on my sleeping pills, like a little Marilyn Monroe.
Oh.
And I'm telling you, and this is beforehand, if I wouldn't have my self-imposed Twitter retirement, I would have tweeted this out before it even happened, when Aaron Boone brought in Nestor Cortez, before Freeman even hit the home run. I was thinking to myself, oh my goodness, this is Game 5 of the 2014 NLCS when Mike Matheny brought in Michael Wacha to face Travis Ishikawa. I couldn't believe that they were doing it. Cortez hadn't pitched since September 18th, and then Freddie Freeman makes history.
Cortez delivers. Freeman hits the ball to right field. She is gone! Gibby, meet Freddie. Game 1 of the World Series.
Great call by Joe Davis.
He was ready for that call. That's about the same thing Vince
Joe
Scully
Davis
said.
of Fox. That was a hell of a call.
I'm sure he's getting some hate since he's the Dodgers announcer calling the World Series on Fox with a Dodgers walk-off win. How about the fact that never had happened in the long history of the World Series, a walk-off grand slam to end a World Series game?
That's
Isn't that unbelievable.
In fact, I was surprised to hear that.
Yeah.
But you're right, with the Michael Wacha, I felt the same way about Alex Reyes.
Were you thinking that? Oh,
no,
with Reyes in 2021 against Chris Taylor.
Frank Cusmano and I were in the press box at Dodger Stadium, all these L.A. reporters, and you're trying to decide, when do you go downstairs? Do you wait it out? And we turned to the folks from L.A. and said, the game's over. And they said, what do you mean? And Alex Reyes was trotting in, and we said, it's over. I knew he was going to serve it up. He had been diminished, and we don't have to review all of that. But it does make you wonder in those big, big moments, if everybody's thinking the same thing,
believe it.
How can they go to that person in that moment?
Out of pitchers, I guess, is the answer.
If they had another lefty option, I just don't get bringing in a guy. That's his spot with everything on the line. I just could not believe it. Boone, we have audio of Aaron Boone explaining the logic.
Yeah, I feel convicted of that even today. Like, you know, with one out there and Mookie probably being in play, like the matchup for Nestor. You know, with Tim, the ball's going to be in play, and probably Mookie's going to come into play with the time run already at second. So I felt like Nestor, you know, was the best answer there. And you know, I feel like if Nestor gets that pitch, maybe a little better spot with Freeman, we get a different result. But that's baseball, and that's why they're really good and playing here too. So, but yeah, I feel convicted about that part.
And then the Dodgers win again on Saturday. I was hoping for a Game 7. It blows out some of our shows.
Oh, is that right? You get some free nights?
No 6 o'clock today or tomorrow. Boy, if they could just force a Game 5 on a Wednesday, blow out the 6 o'clock show. Coverage starts at 6.
Thank you, Fox 2.
Game 3.
For the record, for tonight's festivities, the Dodgers will send Walker Buehler to the mound, and the Yankees will try to get on the board in this thing. They're big-time favorites with Clark Schmidt. The Yankees are minus 150 for our degenerate friends out there. Total, Martin, 8.5 if you like the over or the under. I'll go over if anybody wants any action.
Jack Flaherty pitched well Friday. Tommy Edman did homer. And I think Joe Davis's call said he just keeps doing it. I'm like, yes, he does. Yes, he does.
LCS MVP, and he's raking off of lefties.
Oh, sure. And Ohtani is expected to play tonight.
That's what Dave Roberts said to Carl Ravitch, but I don't know if that's as 100% as perhaps we initially thought.
Hurt his hand sliding. Why wasn't he wearing the big mitt?
Hurt his shoulder. He dislocated his shoulder. He dislocated his shoulder.
What was that? Okay.
It looked like he was holding his hand, but it was a slightly dislocated shoulder.
It looks like you're going to fact check Doug again.
No, I'm just
writing in that paper.
No, that's what it was.
What's on your
dislocated?
dossier?
Okay, this is Shohei's injured shoulder writing into the show. Right after Uncle Billy's broken toaster. Let's see.
I got a new one here. Is this the right number to text in? That's from Daddy Martin's Leather Flog. His name, Martin, is saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox as Boo Radley's crippling social anxiety. So,
oh, wow. So he's transitioning on us, I think, into something else. By the way, the number here is 314-974-0101, despite Jackson giving out the hotline
number. So are people just calling in and sabotaging it, Jackson?
Yeah, well, not as bad as it first was, but the egg's on my face. But again, we're in the transition phase, and we're going to get there. As a team, we're going to get there. As a unit.
Look at that. That was kind of inspiring,
It really
Doug.
was. I feel better about things.
This is Herb Brooks over here.
Oh, well, camaraderie is what I'm always about, and I'm trying to shepherd us into the new era and do it effectively. So
I think occasionally, too, Jackson and I will have a guest phone in, and you guys won't be aware of it. We're just going to have, I would love Big Walt to call in. Now I'm giving it away. I want him to say, gee, dirtbag, you again.
That's a pretty good impression. That's a subtle impression.
That's kind of what I want to hear.
Just pot them up during, someone's take.
Yeah, and let's be like, oh, hey, by the way, you're there? Hey, Walt's here.
That's right. He was lurking one time when a longtime TMA caller Mike Lee called in, and he goes, "Who is this guy?" So maybe we can just have him lurking on the phone lines at all times. That's right. That's what it was. The Colonel is going to join us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Gabe DeArmond giving us his perspective on what took place in Tuscaloosa in college football. I hate to say it, but my enthusiasm for college football, it's like a balloon. It was so there at 2:30 on Saturday, and now I'm like, Illinois, I'll adopt Indiana. I was adopting Vanderbilt. They almost came back and beat Texas. Now adopt Indiana.
Boise State? Can I sell you on
Boise State? I'll buy some Boise State. Boise State might get in and not even be the group of 5. They could continue to ascend. They have one tight loss at Oregon. That's it.
And Notre Dame do anything for you?
Yeah, I guess
they've been really good since they lost.
That's the family team.
Northern Illinois game.
Yeah.
They've been really good since they
took it to Navy.
How about BYU? The coach, have you ever looked this up? The coach went to Kirkwood High School.
Doug's a pioneer, so he's aware.
Yeah.
What is that about? That's random.
Some people from Kirkwood can actually get employment.
Well, no,
after
I'm not saying that. That's not at all what I was implying. I just thought it seemed rather random.
He's been there for a few years now.
Yeah.
I do have $10 on BYU to win the national championship.
Oh, big bucks.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I hope that doesn't come off as a humble brag.
But think about the upside.
Yeah, exactly, because it would pay because they were plus 22,500 at the time. So yeah, it was a nice.
Jimmy, I'll cover you if you need me to float you the 10.
Why does it sound like it's a wonderful life?
That's how I hear your dad.
We close out the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on TMA 5P Academy and Hustle and Hearts Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour coming up. Gabe DeArmond brought to you by James Carlton. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45. Send your emails in. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN's Blues Fan of the Week.
Congratulations to Rick Kilcoyne from O'Fallon, Missouri. He was just named our 101 ESPN Blues Fan of the Week.
Submit your pick now to be the next 101 ESPN Blues Fan of the Week and take home a pair of tickets to an upcoming Blues game. Learn more at 101ESPN.com.
Welcome to Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi in Bridgeton.
Look into my eyes.
Okay.
You will give me any vehicle for $29 down.
You read my mind.
What? I did?
Yes, every new Mitsubishi and every pre-owned, just $29 down, $29 plus new Outlanders with 0% financing. 0%. You could call it fantastic.
I'd rather not.
Plus, you get a lifetime warranty. Lifetime, no charge at Frank Lita Mitsubishi.
Lifetime? I should have come in centuries ago.
$29 down, 0% financing, and a huge selection of new and pre-owned. It's a scream.
Seriously, the pun is so bad.
At Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi.
In the automotive outlet in Bridgeton.
YesLita.com.
YesLita.com. Now, how many lifetimes is your warranty?
#1 based on the National Mitsubishi Report as of 9/1/24. New 24 Mirage, 19.3, 29 down, $320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR, plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
When you own a business, you know there's no shortage of bold moments. At VOS, we're here to help you meet those moments in stride. Whether it's reducing your exposure to check fraud, setting up direct deposit, or helping make credit card processing seamless, VOS is here for you, your employees, and your customers. Are you ready for a better banking experience? Then make the bold move and switch to VOS today. Visit bankwithvos.com. Member FDIC.
The world's largest sports book in Las Vegas is now right at your fingertips here in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I'm a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited about launching our Circus Sports app in Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, exceptional customer service, and more. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Start betting like a pro from anywhere in Illinois.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD2 Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return.
Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. We're talking Tigers football with Gabe DeArmond of PowerMizzou.com.
Brought to you by James Carlton of State Farm. Let James protect you on the road and at home this football season. CarltonInsurance.net.
There is a state which I live in, which is called Missouri. It is called Missouri.
Missouri is where I live. Oh, Missouri is where I live. Oh,
Missouri is where I live.
You like this one?
MIZ, coach.
Welcome back.
So it's now 4-1 Mizzou people.
Yeah, now that Chairman Kurt has been brought in for the love of his life, who he did not approach in Tuscaloosa at the tailgate. It's the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Day one on 101 ESPN. Timothy Michael McKernan, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, Martin Joseph Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. It is the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour, and it's our pleasure to welcome to the program from PowerMizzou.com, the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Wonderful. How are you doing? How are you doing after Saturday? How are your listeners and your readers doing?
I think I'm doing better than they are.
No,
would be my guess. Oh, although, honestly, no. After the A&M game, everybody was mad. You know, that was a lot of anger. Saturday wasn't that. Saturday was just kind of sad and disappointed. You know, it wasn't so much like at this point, we're 8 games into the year. I think Saturday was just, okay, it's time to accept it. This is just what this team is.
And
they're just not as good as we thought they were.
Not really good, and that's unfortunate. For me, and I would imagine a lot of people watching the game who saw Drew Pine play against Auburn the week before, when Pine was coming in and they were already trailing, you knew this thing could get ugly, and it did. My question to you is the quarterback situation overall under Eli Drinkwitz, and that has been a concern that there isn't really a plan B if Brady Cook gets hurt, which is why I was shorting the market on Missouri against Alabama, that I thought Cook would get hurt. I thought it'd be the ankle. Didn't think it would wind up being what it wound up being with the hand, and then Pine would have to come in. So if you could, give some background as to how this all came to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote a lot about this. It actually just posted about 15 minutes ago this morning. To me, there are 3. And first of all, most teams don't have good backups these days. Like in the day and age when kids can just leave and there's no sit out, they can transfer anywhere they want, and they can transfer there as many times as they want. The truth is, like, what's going on at Texas A&M is the exception. Most places, I mean, we saw Ohio State with a backup quarterback in the Cotton Bowl, and they were awful. You know, so most places just don't have guys that are willing to sit and be a serviceable backup. So I think that's the first part of it. But there are 3 things that kind of got us here. The first one was the Tyler Macon situation at Missouri, where he was identified as the guy in Drinkwitz's first recruiting class. he was the heir apparent at that time to Connor Bazelak. Everybody was so fired up, and whatever the reason, whether it was misevaluation, I don't know, but it didn't work here, and it didn't work pretty quickly. I mean, it was pretty obvious he wasn't going to be the starter here. So that's the first one, and then he transfers out. The second thing and this is the one that just kills Missouri fans, because I think there's a legitimate chance you have a national title if this had happened, was that Jaden Daniels visits here, and it looks like he's coming here. I mean, there were a lot of people that were saying, look, this isn't official, but this is pretty much done. And then it didn't get done. LSU comes in and gets him. And then at that point, Drinkwitz goes into the transfer portal, offers everybody with a pulse, and eventually gets Jack Abraham in the middle of the summer as kind of a break lesson type of in case of emergency type guy. And then the Sam Horn injury, when it happened, there just wasn't a lot out there. I mean, honestly, when they took Drew Pine, I thought, well, I don't know. He's started major college football games. It's probably about the best they can do at this point in time. Now, I think he's better than he showed on Saturday. I mean, the kid did win 9 football games somehow at Notre Dame. I'm not saying he was the major reason for that, but he was the quarterback on a team that won 9 football games at this level. He can't be consistently as awful as he looked on Saturday.
Hey, Gabe, you're there every day. Were you surprised when they said J.R. Blood will be part of the game plan? I think right at the outset, we were all Googling J.R. Blood, and he did end up playing, but that seemed to be out of left field.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, no disrespect to the kid, but I kind of forgot he was an option. I mean, his brother is a slot receiver, and it's largely been viewed, and I viewed it this way, as, hey, kind of a cool story. It's a body for Missouri, a quarterback. He gets to play with his kid brother. Cool. Nice little thing. He's a walk-on. It's not a scholarship deal. But also my other reaction to the J.R. Blood is going to play is, well, Eli Drinkwitz hadn't told the truth about anything all week at quarterback. Why am I going to believe him now? I didn't really expect J.R. Blood to be much of a major part of that game, and he wasn't.
Any idea how long Cook's going to be out? Do you think he'll be back in 2 weeks against Oklahoma?
I think that's very much in question. I do know there has been a little bit of online speculation that this is season ending, and at this point, I don't believe that to be true. At least that's the hope. I'm not sure anybody knows for sure right now, but I think Oklahoma is definitely in jeopardy.
The season, to me, is in jeopardy, man. I realize the college football playoff is out, but the season and where things go from here, considering what the offense looks like without Brady Cook, considering what it looked like with Brady Cook, for that matter, and the 4 games remaining, I think, are all in question. And then I wonder if you will see guys who have opportunities in the NFL, such as Luther Burden, finish out the year. What is your analysis, Colonel?
Well, look, if Brady Cook can't play, nothing I've seen tells me that I should expect Missouri to win any of these games. I mean, Oklahoma might be the best chance because Oklahoma also can't score 14 points. So I guess, you could have like 3 safeties and a field goal and win 9-6 or something like that in that game.
Nice.
But yeah, I very much wonder. I mean, I wrote this morning, I would not be opposed to true freshman Aiden Glover, just at least giving him some packages. I'd like to see what he can do, just because I've seen what the other guys can do, and it's not good enough to win SEC football games. As far as Burden, I mean, I was asked this over the weekend, and I think it's unfair to speculate about that for one kid. I mean, are there going to be situations where guys that can go to the NFL maybe opt out of a few games? Sure. I think it's going to happen, but honestly, it hasn't happened that much yet in college football. I mean, we've seen kids that opt out of bowl games, but I don't remember. One of the Bosas did a few years ago, right? Just kind of opted out of the last 9 games of the season, but I haven't seen very many kids just say, yeah, my team's not going to win a lot, so I'm done for the last 3 or 4 weeks of the year. And I would be interested how that would be received by an NFL general manager.
Gabe, I don't think people are shocked that they lost at Texas A&M, that they lost at Alabama. The cumulative score, it's getting thrown around a lot, 75-10. Do you think that adds to the disappointment in what could have been or should have been maybe a more competitive season where they at least contended for a playoff spot?
No question, because let's say you lose at A&M 31-24, and then let's say you lose at Alabama, 21-10 or something like that. I mean, you still have a somewhat of a shot, right? It's tough. It's a difficult path, but we're not all declaring the playoff dead. The reason we're declaring the playoff dead is twofold. First of all, their best win at the end of the year would be either Vanderbilt or South Carolina, and that's just not good enough. But also you pair that with these other teams that are actually in contention for it. They don't have these blowout losses. Yes, they have losses, but Missouri has had really two games at this point. And I think it's a little unfair to say that Missouri didn't look like it belonged on the field against Alabama. I mean, that was a game. I thought that was going to be 6-0 at halftime. Like, Alabama was begging for Missouri to win that game. And then the quarterback change happened, and it got out of hand. And I don't really blame the defense for finally breaking in the second half a little bit. The Alabama game felt closer than the A&M game, but certainly not like a game Missouri had any business winning.
Gabe DeArmond every Monday and Friday here on TMA, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. Colonel, always enjoy the conversation. Bye week this week. Oklahoma comes to town the following week. We will find out what the status of Brady Cook is here in short order. Gabe DeArmond of PowerMizzou.com with us here on TMA. Thank you, Colonel.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me.
Thank you. That's Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program at the outset of the show. We let you know that this is our first day on 101 ESPN and paid tribute to Randy Carricker, Dan McLaughlin, Brooke Grimsley, Matt Rocchio, and from TMA, Ken Iggy Strode. Not a fun, good, enjoyable day on Friday for anybody in this building, and I know for a lot of St. Louis sports fans, for what has transpired, and we completely understand that and think the world of not just their talents, but them as people as well. So for those of you just tuning into the program, this is the new Morning Drive program on 101 ESPN. It's TMA, and it airs from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. And Martin, I think we've been on, let me follow it here for you. KFNS 2004 to 2007, 1380, 2007 to 2010, back to KFNS 2010 to 2013, WGNU 920, 2013 glorious. To 2016, yeah, very glorious. Kind of that might be a humble brag too, like the $10 bet. And then back to KFNS 2016 through 2021, and then 105.7 HD2
again.
2020
glorious.
Again, glorious. Again, I hope this doesn't come off as boasting.
Where was the man, the woman in there? That was
2013.
Was that at?
Okay. That's part of the press conference. From
were you part of that or no?
No.
So you were at GNU when that developed?
We were at KFNS during what was a press conference announcing that it was going to become 590 the man and 1380 the woman. Jackson, you don't have any audio.
That's still going, I think.
No,
the woman's
right. Take a listen.
The woman's station was just something that hit me like a bolt of lightning.
Right.
Good. Okay.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it didn't last. So we left there. What the owner of the station wanted to do, well, he's going to put Bubba the Love Sponge on in the mornings, and then he thought he would combine TMA with Frank, and he said, I'm going to create a super show. So it was going to be
super awkward, we'd call it.
Wow. That's good.
Men, it's great to be with you. Tremendous talent here. When will we hear from Little Pibbles? So you were, okay, so the man, the woman happened? It did happen, right?
It did happen. It was
at
a
920.
We had gone to 920.
Okay.
Yeah.
We worked at more than one station that I had never even heard of until we got there.
We can use that for a promo.
920 was the outlet for Skip Irwin. Did you ever do his Monday show?
Sure. Yeah.
And he would have you come down and
he would talk most of the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
In a row. Hold on a second. I'm like, well, you asked me to come on.
I used to do the Hawks. If the NBA calls, I'll have to go again.
Good as what? Good as Bush. Those were the great Skip Irwin. And it was on De Bolivar.
That's correct.
In a kind of a random apartment building.
That's correct. All the greats.
Right.
Wow.
All the
It's really a glorious run.
Yeah, I mean, what a road to HD1. And that's where we are here for
So
our
all
debut
paths
program.
lead to 101.
All paths
all
lead
along.
to 101 ESPN.
Tammy, just do a show on 920 for a while. They're good people. They have the big Chuck Norman party. You guys will be real popular there.
Telling you, my father doesn't have dentures. It sounds like he's keeping his dentures in. That's what it sounds
like. So
like.
the woman would be a channel just designed for women, and all the hosts would be women.
That's correct.
It feels like they ripped off the late night score.
That's right. Very successful program. There was a fight in the Helen Fitzgerald's parking lot.
From the late night score?
From the late night score.
With a couple of women involved?
Yes, that's correct. One
Were
of
they
the ladies
fighting over
didn't get
KG
along.
in Oaktown?
No, KG wasn't on that. That was Kevin Lorenz. I don't know if you remember the non-ling.
Yeah.
He and producer Joe worked. That's right. He and producer Joe worked together. They were the International Brotherhood of Nitwits, IBON. And this host, she was going to leave the show, and she grabbed the mic to make a big send-off. I don't think she had access to Dan Caesar. So her big send-off was going to be grabbing the mic at 11 o'clock at Helen Fitzgerald, and the non-ling grabbed the mic from her, and she had to storm off. And the late night score ended after a great 2-week run.
Wow. Was it 2 weeks? How long did Nick and the Badger last?
Nick and the Badger had a good 6 months run.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And then the middle relief, which Chuck, Marlowe, Joe Strauss, Brian Burwell.
That was a great show.
Yeah.
That really was.
Yelling at me.
I love that because Charlie was so good about Charlie was a great point man, and Burwell and Strauss were wonderful together.
They called him Flip because he was like Phil Pressey. They said he would flip the ball.
That gets Jackson activated.
Didn't you do the foxhole with Bulldog Drummond there for a while?
Oh, yeah. 1380. The mayor, Mo Drummond, and I. He is friends with Dan Patrick. Mo Drummond, from his days at ESPN, had him on the show on 1380, and I don't think we had any commercials. So after about 30 minutes, Dan Patrick says, "Isn't there a break or something? Aren't we?" He goes, "Don't we have to get to some commercials or anything?"
He had it off.
I think he was ready to go.
Yeah, I recall having, when I did the show with Jim Edmonds, doing mornings and afternoons, Martin. And running the station.
Just call it Jimmy and Timmy.
And say, "Oh, what's this? Oh."
No, that was Strauss. That was about Carlos Martinez's likes on Twitter, I believe. That's what that drop comes from. But yes, I did a program with Edmonds in the afternoons, and I recall we had Casas on, and we had gone about 40 minutes without going to a commercial, and he said the same thing. He goes, "Hey, don't you guys have any commercials to run? Are we going to wrap this?"
Suck it, Doug.
Hey, stop it, ball game.
It's always good when the guest says, "Can we just wrap this up? I need to go."
We have callers that get tired. They call into us and they get tired of the question.
Anything else on your mind, caller? Well, I got to get going. I'm picking my kids up. Yeah? Did you want to talk about the Blues at all? Similar to begging for calls, right?
Begging for calls, sports radio host.
Begging him to stay on the line.
314-974-0101.
That's right. We gave out the right number now.
Blues play Ottawa. 314-974-0101. The Yankees are in a big hole. What about Mizzou? What do you think? Illinois. Tough one.
Tough one up in
314-974-01.
That's right. Begging for calls guy. Send your emails in. We'll beg for emails for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Chairman Kurt will be filtering those, I gather.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So we will have that coming up at 10:45. Jackson, we promised this to the audience, and I'm anxious to hear it. A friend of the program, Mike Francesa, has had his fill of the New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers, for that matter. And then also what turns out to be an absolute debacle on the part of a Bears player before the famous Hail Mary that concluded the Washington-Chicago game yesterday. We'll have that for you as well in the next segment. You are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
We want to hear from you. Text us at 314-399-9646 on the Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Insulation text line on 101 ESPN.
Come and see why T.R. Hughes is St. Charles and now Warren County's premier home builder. TRHughes.com.
Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. It's engineered design facilities, now known as the EDF Group. And if you have a fire extinguisher where you work, and you certainly do, email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
You've been waiting, and now is the time. Golden Oak Lending has fixed mortgage rates at 4.875%. But don't wait. This rate won't last forever. I'm James Hawkins, president of Golden Oak Lending. Why pay 20 to 30% interest rates on your credit cards when you can pay them off with our low 4.875 mortgage rate? Home values are higher than ever. That means you have more equity than ever. You can use that equity to save money by paying off credit cards, auto loans, or get cash for home renovations. You can even just lower your monthly payments. It's your equity, and you are entitled to use it to save money. And don't forget our appraisal guarantee. If for any reason your loan doesn't close, we will pay for your appraisal. Call today and take advantage of our low 4.875 fixed rate. Call 314-567-GOLD. That's 314-567-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending cured my blues.
5.784 APR. FHA 15-year 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Open up your 101 mobile app for your chance to win free tickets to El Monstero. Playing multiple shows this December at the pageant starting December 19th. Presented by Weber Chevrolet. Tickets for El Monstero, the definitive U.S. Pink Floyd experience, are on sale now. But we've got your chance at winning free tickets to one of the shows. Get entered to win now either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
Broadcasting live from the Car Shield Studio, this is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour. You are welcome to participate in the program. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. Collier and Thompson phone lines. You can direct the conversation by calling in 314-974-0101. And, of course, email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Everything is accessible via the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app that is presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Jackson, it turns out that before this play, Chicago Bears corner was taunting the Washington crowd. His name, Tyreek Stevenson, and he had his back to the line of scrimmage, taunting the crowd while Washington was lining up for one final play to try and come back from a deficit created by the Bears touchdown just seconds earlier in the fourth quarter. And this is what happened from former LSU Tiger / Missouri nemesis Jaden Daniels.
steps up, fires, heads towards the end zone. It is
Almost a homer call there.
That was the Commander's call.
Yeah. Okay.
That wasn't the national broadcast.
The NFL calls when the analyst just jumps all over the play-by-play guy, just starts, oh my God, screaming. Danny would do that to Savard. I'd love that.
He would. And Earl Austin, when the Billikens beat Louisville, when Louisville might have been ranked number 1 like 20 years ago, he was so enthralled. I love the emotion. Now, on the other side, what do we have? The Bears call? Is that, maybe you're going to hear a little different tone here.
Both sides.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels hemmed into the pocket, looking for blockers, looking for something. He's got plenty of time. Launches, deep pass into the area of the end zone. Tipped, and it's caught by Noah Brown. He was the tip man, and this place is now gone into bedlam mode. Washington with the miracle finish.
Yeah, bedlam mode.
I like bedlam mode.
The place is gone into bedlam mode.
The video of Tyreek Stevenson
Have you seen it?
is unbelievable.
It's crazy.
Yes.
He is down at the 5-yard line, and Daniels already has snapped the ball, and he's taunting the crowd.
His back is to the ball, and then there's a shot of some Bears fans who were at the game in Washington pointing to him like, turn around. You have fans in the stands saying, turn around.
And he's one of the players who got his hand on the ball.
Yes. If you're the coach, what do you do to that player the next day?
Well, on Twitter, you get on there and say, fire his ass. Don't let him on the bus.
Yeah.
Don't let him on the plane. I think he's a decent player. He played at the U, Miami. And I think he's already come out and apologized to the city, to the team. I mean, the Bears are about to be 5-2. They had a miraculous comeback. They took the lead with 25 seconds left. And then you lose on that play, devastating. They would have been 5-2 and in last place in the NFC North. Yeah. I don't think you cut him. That's reactionary. I mean, it was a bonehead move. It's about as dumb as it gets, but I don't think you cut him.
No, I'm not sure you cut him. But when you're that dumb, can you count on him the next time you got to keep playing? I mean, that's really, really stupid. And it's hard to fix dumb. It's hard to fix dumb.
It wasn't like, oh, my shoe fell off and I ran into whatever. I was missing a cleat or whatever. It's like, no, he's literally taunting the crowd, waving bye-bye. There's still a play to be had. It's unbelievable, too, that he's the one who tipped it.
That wound up tipping it when he was down at the 5-yard line waving at the crowd while that was going on. Now, things aren't going particularly well in New York either. Mike Francesa Martin, a longtime friend of the program. We enjoy his audio clips. He's never been on. No.
Okay.
I don't know what you talked to him about.
He's not happy with the Jets. Take a listen.
Hit the lever, Jackie.
Got to be kidding me. This defensive coordinator, who has now become an interim head coach, has a better chance, to become president than he does to be a head coach next year. I have a better chance to be an astronaut than this guy has to be a head coach in the future. He is worse than Saleh.
He wants the interim guy out as well as Saleh.
He just can't. And he once said that he could have coached the NFL, but he had taken a pay cut.
Yeah, he was asked by the Giants. I don't know if you knew that, Martin, to coach.
Is that true?
Well, I don't know it's true, but he has.
It's true that he said it.
Yeah, he has said it.
Well, I saw Tony Dungy, Rodney Harrison also went all in on the Jets and said, you fired the wrong guy. You fired Robert Saleh. They're still mad about that. Nothing's changed. I mean, even Mizzou thinks the Jets have been a disappointment.
Don't activate the
Maybe now ESPN Mothership can stop talking about the Jets. It's kind of all they do.
They can't get enough of that Aaron Rodgers, though. That's
They're
where it all comes
2-6,
from.
5, 6, one of those.
If Rodgers wasn't there, no one would pay the Jets any attention at all.
But now with firing the coach, the interim coach, you have Rodgers, you've acquired Devontae Adams. I really don't know what else they could possibly do.
Hire Francesa.
Hire Francesa. I suppose that is the option. I feel like Jackson is searching for the Francesa drop. That's what I think is going on.
Yeah, I was looking for the one of him talking about
on his dossier. Is that right, Jackson?
Dossier. It isn't.
Some of these were titled just so poorly. I have to be honest.
If you're taking a shot at the Plowhawk, Martin and I are going to come over there and start pounding you.
So you're into the vault here. I thought you were playing from yesterday.
No.
Jets lost to the lowly Patriots.
That's correct.
I do like the fact that the Patriots' social media every week, they have their in-house broadcaster interviews the coach, and it's a side of Mayo presented by Hellman's.
Nice.
Gerard Mayo, the coach. They went all in on the sponsor.
Oh, I got it.
Oh,
Take a listen, Martin.
I had an opportunity to go into the NFL and didn't. That was the only chance I had to go in and didn't go. And when I take a pay cut to go, which was hard to do at that time, that was a big part of it, to be honest with you, because, Mike in the middle gets kind of taken off. And when I take a pay cut to do it, to take the job I was offered, but it was... I mean, if I had done it, I think I would have done well in the NFL, but I don't think, but at the time, I decided to stay here.
Yeah, there you go.
But he would have taken a pay cut. I don't know if he mentioned
He
that.
didn't say coaching. He just said a position. I don't think he ever really said as a coach.
Consultant maybe in the building?
I don't know.
Well, DC?
GM maybe.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, we're running through some of our red zone plays. You want to come on in here?
Martin, we have a texter by the name of the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. And she says, are we still allowed to text in about the spokes on my tradesman's entrance?
Oh, no!
Who's the new guy? What's his situation? How many spokes on his hole? We need answers. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. I don't know if you know her. She has a monogramming business in Ledoux.
I'm not aware. Can we get earmuffs, Jackson?
I got
earmuffs.
Provide them.
Earmuffs.
We can get that sponsored.
He might have been better to keep taunting and not take part in that play regarding Stevenson.
Possibly, yeah.
That's from Marcia's Burner. I'm a big Marcia's Burner guy going back to Balloon Party.
Yeah, what if he just taunted and then didn't screw up the play?
Mm-hmm. He wouldn't have tipped the ball.
You know what they teach you, Tim? You learned this at SLU High. You bat the ball down. You knock the ball down. You don't knock it in the air.
That play doesn't work very often, but sometimes it does, and it bothers me that they don't try it more at the end of halftime. They almost always just take a knee.
I like that Missouri tried to run the clock out at the end of the half
And
to
then they
keep
decided to kick a really long field goal instead.
58-yarder.
So they ran the clock down. Then they called timeout and then said, well, maybe we should try and get some points.
You like that?
They seem to have a theme when it comes to poor decisions.
But you've always got a shot for a weird bounce like that, or a pass interference or something. Why take a knee if you're at the 50-yard line?
And throw it just short so that you're able to have a little room behind. Too often they throw it way in the back of the end zone. You got no chance.
Tim, I'd wager the traditional 101 Hoosiers are raging right now, and the loyal TMA veterans are also mad that their texts are getting lost in said Hoosier fury. I just want to know when Martin and Doug will start making out. That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
Gosh.
Is it on the dossier?
No.
I just moved it up.
No, you moved it up.
Yeah.
It won't be.
It's going to be for our post show.
Got the suspension pin out. That was close.
You still have your gong? You still
I have the gong.
You have a lot of
they start eliminating on Tim again. I will bang this damn.
There's a lot.
That was a good strike. You compressed it.
A lot of pink papers over there, too.
Yeah,
that looks like dossier material.
That's Jackson's dossier. Hey, Tim, it's wifey and my anniversary. Was wondering what time you were coming over to bang her out. Trying to line up the day and wanted to know if you wanted me to provide a post-game meal. Bring Martin. Her and I will be at Olive and Oak tonight, obviously, if you want to come in for a tableside handy. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. You know him, don't you?
Oh, yes.
What happened?
Gosh.
We were breaking
Told
down
him to clean this
grid.
All right, let's look at it. The Jets are 8-0 right now. I've got them with high-scoring offense, 36 goals a game. Blues got to watch out. Nashville's won 3 in a row. That Utah Hockey Club, Doug's struggling a bit.
Yeah, they're going to be in St. Louis next week.
They've dropped 3 in a row.
I'd rather talk about that than spokes on a tradesman's hole.
Colts in a tough one.
We have Brian Henson later.
Brian Henson's on the show?
He texts into the show quite often.
He's our Colts correspondent.
Oh, he's a Colts correspondent?
Yeah,
I thought he was in, North Dakota or something.
He was. Now he's in Indianapolis.
Yeah. There's so much I got to get caught up on.
Yeah,
and that Kevin Lorenz is a lawyer?
He's a counselor. Well, he went to law school, but he's not in law.
He's doing sports radio? That's a thing. Then you can debate LaRusso on the radio. There you go.
These are things that you can do.
Well, I want to know what this show is a springboard for. That's what I'm talking
Producer Joe.
Covering parking management.
Yeah.
So, all right.
That's a pretty good gig.
Lawyer. I love me some Prod Joe. That's my guy.
One of the all-time greats.
He's got me some great parking spots. Seriously.
One of the all-time greats.
So you can become a lawyer if you do the show. Parking management or Colts correspondent
via South Dakota or North Dakota, one of our friends in the Dakotas. Hey, Munganass has been a loyal sponsor of this program for a long time.
Until now.
This will be the end of it, though. Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganass and Ryan Seiberg, wonderful people. They are online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And the thing that makes them so great for our audience is that they are so accessible accessible. They have actually set up a number specifically for you, the listener, to text or call them with questions, requests, whatever it is. They want to be accessible to you. It's where I go to get my cars. It's where my family goes to get their cars. The number is 314-252-0029, or just go online and go shopping at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. And even if you did not get your car from Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, you can still get your car serviced there with Ryan Seiberg in the service department. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Official sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA, and they were the Balloon Party presenting sponsor. Now, Balloon Party folds in to TMA, Martin. It folds in. Now, I don't know if the audience knows this or not, but you were doing 7 to 10.
I got a thing. Rich Gould would always get up. Well, he'd get up about an hour early and just walk out. Well, I got a thing. I'm like, whoa, just replay the first hour. What? I got a thing starting at 10.
I got a thing.
I was concerned. Tim just gave out the phone number. It's not the studio hotline, is it?
No, that was done in the 7 o'clock hour here.
Okay.
That's when that happened. No, this is a different thing. But you will be doing 7 to 10. And
that's enough.
Jackson,
is that every day or just today?
No, every day.
Every day. Okay,
somebody texts. Oh, there's so many different outlets. You have your YouTube channels.
Yeah,
you have
very
your
active
text
today.
inbox. And then on my Fox 2 email account, somebody said, glad to hear you're joining the TMA crew. Can you give him hell and ask Doug how his grass is growing? I thought, oh, here we go with the innuendo. But it's a real, he signed it, Chiefs Tall Fescue.
I'm trying to get tall fescue to grow in the backyard.
Yeah, Doug's having real issues with this. He's complaining about the wonderful weather.
It doesn't rain. It never rains.
So this sounds like a real legitimate email.
It is.
Even though ask Doug how his grass is growing. It sounds a little bit like your
You assumed it was a double entendre.
Yes, I thought it was your weird audience.
Well, it's like, how's your backyard doing? What are you supposed to assume there? Doug?
Grass, tall fescue.
All right, fair enough.
So it's not going well.
No.
I regret reading it.
I used some sod, but just had some bare spots, so I just planted some tall fescue, and it's not growing. I water it every day. It never rains. It's not growing well. You tell your coworker that it's not going well.
Okay. Well, it's not a coworker. It's somebody that found my work email.
Oh, and then wanted to check on Doug's fescue?
Yeah.
What about this one, Martin? Hey, Tim, is it still okay for me to send updates on my wife dating Steven and raising their kid? Thanks. That's from Sean Mahoney's Deadeye. We have a listener who's lost his wife to Steven, who's a trainer, I think, at Orange Theory, and now he's living in the basement while Steven raises his child upstairs.
And you can hear him up there.
That could be a good script for a show, like CW maybe. One of those kind of, maybe
it screams CW or WB.
Yeah.
So keep your eye out for Steven at Orange Theory. That guy's a predator.
That's a lot. Do you guys have a handbook on stuff that's been
glossary?
disclosed?
We do need a glossary.
Yeah, that can kind of flip through and kind of.
Buck Swope would be great at.
Well, actually, that's the person, isn't it?
Yeah, Swope actually could do that.
I'm like, no, you don't understand, because Mr. Licks did win the golf tournament in 2019, but Projo stole the trophy. Like what? I feel like I'm a couple seasons behind.
Yeah, you are.
You need to binge.
I can't just hop in the middle of this.
All right, we have one or two more segments with Martin.
Two more segments
with Martin coming up.
Well, it's like a Mizzou postgame. You just come back and say, you're listening to 101. We'll be back. And then you come back 5 minutes later and say, it's still 101 postgame.
We have that coming your way. Ben Fredrickson with an intriguing column yesterday on Nolan Arenado and the decision he will be making. I want to get your guys' perspective on that as the Cardinals begin the rebuild that they're not calling a rebuild. That's next on 101 ESPN. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com.
101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. Check out either the 101 mobile app or 101ESPN.com for your chance to win a signed puck autographed by Blues defenseman Philip Broberg. Get entered to win that Philip Broberg signed puck right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
Ghostly greetings to you. Let's keep Halloween fun and safe for all. Please use a rideshare or a designated driver. A DUI will haunt your life. Don't drink and drive. From your spooky friends at Onder Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com.
Hey, it's Jamie Rivers. You know Window World as a preferred window of the St. Louis Blues, but did you know they're one of the only 2 window brands with the Good Housekeeping seal of approval? In just over 20 years, Window World has enhanced the look and efficiency of over 72,000 homes in St. Louis. It's a smart investment to upgrade your home with their high-quality replacement windows. Be smart. Call Window World for a free estimate at 314-993-1800, or you can always visit them at windowworldstlouis.com.
AMCO presents Bet You Didn't Know.
Bet you didn't know that your car's transmission is made up of 800 pieces. Also, bet you didn't know that AMCO's fixed over 40 million transmissions, and that AMCO offers a nationwide warranty.
AMCO offers easy payment plan options for most any credit situation, so you can fix it fast and pay it off slow at AMCO.
That's AMCO, AAMCO.
Get your holidays started with the perfect tree in your perfect style from the Home Depot. Whether you want something that you can assemble in a few clicks, steal the show with over 2,000 color-changing bulbs, or a tree with lights that can be controlled by remote or foot pedal. The Home Depot has it all in our huge assortment of premium trees. Plus, get free delivery on over 2 million items this holiday from the Home Depot. Subject to availability. See homedepot.com/delivery for details.
Macy's Friends and Family is going on right now, and it's the best time to shop for all the gatherings and gifting ahead. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 30% off the latest trends, new arrivals, and the best brands like Karl Lagerfeld Paris, Steve Madden, Hotel Collection, and more. And get 15% off beauty, too. Plus, get free shipping with any $25 purchase today at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This is wide receiver Luther Burden III. Come support NIL and get a quote from my friend James Carlton.
Thanks, Luther. That's right. For every quote you mention, Luther Burden III will make a donation to NIL on your behalf. Getting a quote is easy. Just go online at carltoninsurance.net. Call or text 314-961-4800. If you have drivers under the age of 25, if you're seeing rising rates, give us a call or text us 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Let's keep the momentum going.
Sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we'll change your oil in about 15 minutes. We're quick, never rushed. You can drive in today, no appointment needed. For a limited time, mention this ad for $20 off your first oil change. Offer details found at VIOC.com/radio.
Listen to 101 ESPN on demand. Get caught up with all our shows and podcasts at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 app, driven by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. We got Game 3 of the World Series this evening with the Dodgers heading to the Bronx to take on the Yankees. The Dodgers lead that series 2-0. First pitch at 7:08 this evening. That was our Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. It's the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour. You are welcome to get involved on the program by calling in Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, or texting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. There is warfare going on. I don't know which YouTube chat is up in front of me, Jackson. Is that the 101 YouTube or the TMA YouTube?
That's the TMA YouTube.
That's the TMA YouTube?
Indeed.
Are you sure about that?
Was when I fired it
I'm going to bet against it. Doug, Martin, anybody want to bet?
I just saw somebody say,
no, this is the 101.
I don't know what that was. Go eat some oatmeal. He got him good. I'm going to use that. Go eat some oatmeal.
Somebody said I can't recall the name. Now, Jackson's turned off the television.
Why?
He's turned off the television.
Damn it, why?
Censorship.
I was trying to
Hey,
make sure.
Olds, there's no need to announce your departure. That There is a little war going on between the TMA listener, which can be a little younger, and what they sense is some olds who are unhappy, and they're saying there's no need to announce your departure. This is not an airport, and so Martin, there's some warfare going on. Unfortunately, here is we have a culture war.
Change is hard. This is awkward. You guys are already awkward, so this should be in your wheelhouse.
This is our brand.
I always found it interesting that people would hate a radio show. There's so much to listen to. Why you would listen to any show that you hate when you can simply press a button and listen to something else?
I think people hate listen. If they're mad, like, I hate McKernan, I'm going to listen to him and yell at the radio. I think people do that.
I'm glad that they do.
Is that a healthy life, though?
No. I don't know that there's anything that would. I've never listened to like the classical music station and said, not enough Beethoven. Like angry. Like everyone's a programming director at heart. Like everything is local. Like, you showed all those high school highlights, Vaughn, but you didn't show my kid's team.
Right.
Like, well, we showed 20 high school football games. Yeah, I don't care. My daughter plays softball. You're a jerk.
Right.
Okay. It's all local.
That's the nature of the beast. It's like Chris Rock has talked about that. Why would you follow somebody on social media who you hate, but that also is a thing. So that's kind of the 2024 version of the hate listen, although the hate listen still goes on.
I love Chris Rock.
Get screwed. There's producer Joe.
When Chris Rock was in the what is it, riding in a car, eating cookies with Jerry. So the car
comedians
thing.
in cars getting coffee.
Yes. So Chris Rock is riding around with Jerry. They're obviously friends. And he just starts talking about how his daughter is on the high school basketball team but doesn't get to play. And he said, Jerry's like, what'd you do? He goes, my wife said go up there and scream at the coach. And he goes, I'm not going to do that. There's an answer. She's not that good. He was like talking about his own kid. And I said, more parents need to be realistic,
Wouldn't
right?
that be healthy?
And he's like, there's an answer here. She's not that good. The wife said, you go up there and yell at the coach.
It's not the coach's fault. Martin, you are exiting at 10 o'clock. You got a thing like Rich Gould? Maybe you have a thing with Rich Gould.
No, but you want him to come in. He would love to talk to you about his children's book.
Oh, gosh, we got to have him.
He can bring his guitar. He's writing country songs and children's books.
He is, Doug is vacationing. He has a place in the Hamptons, as you know.
Sure.
And he is gone next Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And I think a visit from Rich. I think a visit from Chuckles Marlowe.
Yeah. He's in. I talked to him Friday.
Yeah, I was texting with Chuckles on Friday.
Now, I texted him the other day, and I said, I realize you're busy. You're probably talking to Denny Hamlin's crew chief. And he writes back, you mean so-and-so? And it was like the name of the crew chief. He goes, dude, that's actually a big name. And I'm like, oh, my God.
He's become the auto racing.
He loves it.
Yeah.
He loves it.
Was he always happy for him? I don't remember him being a big...
No, well, he hooked up with Kenny Wallace and started doing social media, and Kenny's got a massive following, and it's led to a lot of success for both of them. And he's like, dude, you don't understand. Now I got a Kenny Schrader show with Kenny Wallace, and then we're going to do some Dirty Mo Media with little Dale Earnhardt. And I'm like, he's all in.
He is, and he's killing it, too.
Yeah, he's
God
doing
bless
great.
him. I'm like, very entrepreneurial spirit there from Chuckles Marlowe.
So Rich Gould, I want me to write this down. Rich Gould. I don't think Big Walt will come to the studio, but to pick on Dirtbag, he'll call
in to do that.
Okay. I have an idea, too, Jackson. One of our bits is going to be that surprise line.
The surprise line. Now, is that the hotline, or is that the...
Well, the surprise is that we gave out the hotline number. No, but you won't know the guest. Rich, you'll know. We'll book it ahead of time. But a couple others, I'm just going to randomly have people call in.
Oh, I like this.
I like this.
Surprise guest coming up.
Okay. When are you leaving, Doug?
Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
I'll be on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
The show's got no momentum.
I know.
You can't catch our stride.
I'm bailing out early.
He's had enough.
People will text, I don't blame Doug for quitting that stupid show.
Hey, Martin, Design Air is the sponsor of the email of the day, and Buck Swope is trailing JV Golf Coach. Buck Swope was kind enough to text me to let me know that. And he's tied with the Ghost of Gangster Pete's hat. Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling, the sponsor of the email of the day. And you're a Design Air service guy as well.
We've had his team out to the house, and I knew about him because of, I don't know if you were on 920
Could have been
or
920.
1170 you're on, 1598 or whatever channel you were on. You were lucky enough to have Design Air as one of the sponsors. Came out to the house, and not only did we get something fixed, he gave us a critique of, well, if you do this over here, I would do this. I like when they say, and I wouldn't fix that. Because I'm a big
honesty.
I'm a big fan of, well, I wouldn't fix it either. My wife will tell you, oh, we don't need to fix that. Well, I think it's falling off its hinges. Oh, it's fine. We'll have Chimmy fix it. Don't
Why
worry
does
about
it go
it.
back to my father?
Great folks at Design Air. It is that time of year. I don't know about you, Doug. You start to flip it over to the heat.
Me and Doug don't do well with the winter weather. Martin.
It's kind of that time of year, the old transition time of year. You better make sure that HVAC is up and running. You don't want to find out on a day when it's 20 degrees that it's not working. Now is the time. You know what I like? A little tune-up.
Tune it up, start to get it going.
Get yourself a little tune-up, and the place to do that is with Design Air. And Tim can probably even tell you the phone number.
Yeah, I can tell you the website. That's what I can do. DesignAirService.com. That's fine. We'll give out the hotline number. You can call Jackson on the hotline.
I'll take it. I'll send it to Seth.
DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp. Design Air, heating and cooling sponsor of our email of the day. All right, Ben Fredrickson wrote this column yesterday, and you worked with Ben Fred over at KTRS.
KTRS a lot of times.
And
Ben's great.
He's great. That's another guy. I don't know if they'd let him come over, but anyway, whatever. He does a great job. I enjoy reading his columns. And he said Nolan Arenado feels about a Cardinal rebuilding job is a big factor in this offseason. I am operating on the premise that he is going to be gone, but what Ben wrote, he would like to see him stick around to help kind of shepherd the transition. You actually are sitting down with John Mozeliak today for television purposes. What do you think is going to transpire there, and do you have any indication one way or the other on Arenado?
Well, if I'm Nolan Arenado, I want out of here as fast as I can. I mean, you don't want to stick around. I mean, it's a nice thought. The concern would be...
What was that? What was that noise?
You're looking right at me.
Yeah, you did it. You're the only guy with the vibrator.
Well, it seems like somebody put two wires together and it started to fray everything.
Was that a hot alert? Hot take alert? You said Fesco would always set those off. Right, here comes the hot take. Here we go.
I don't know what happened. I looked away and it sounded like a transformer had joined the program.
No.
Nolan Arenado would want to be out of here in a heartbeat. I think he's probably wanted to be out of here for a little while. It wasn't quite what he thought he was getting into. Now, he didn't live up to his end of the bargain either, but he has been pretty vocal about when he thinks the team needs to upgrade or do more. The biggest question is, where is he going to go? And how much are the DeWitts really? You're going to pay half the salary, 17, 18 million for him to play in Baltimore or New York or LA or wherever? How much would you eat for him to play somewhere else and maybe have a bounce back year and be an MVP caliber player? Oh, wait a minute. Whether that happens or not, are you really willing to spend that kind of money? I don't know. Same with Contreras. How much are you going to pay for him to play somewhere else?
They may be willing to, if they can save $17 million.
So you'll pay the 17, 18, eat it, just so you can save 17. I think they might. I agree with that. Yeah. And there might be a team out there that says, okay, we'll go to 20, you pay 15. It's kind of a reverse Rockies, right? Yeah, the Rockies had a sells over a barrel in their deal with the Cardinals, or they allowed it to be that way.
I suppose he'll plug Gorman in there, give Gorman third base. I would think.
I mean, everybody that came along right around the time you get Arenado, right before it, third baseman Gorman, third baseman Walker. Oh, we just got Nolan Arenado. It kind of threw everything out of whack. You're not going to be a contending team next year. I would think if you could get a team to take on the bulk of the salary, you would do it in a heartbeat. He'd be happier. I just don't know if that can play out. I don't know if you can get a team to play ball.
Doug, do you think he will be back next year?
I'm going to say no. I think they'll try to move him. And I think Goldschmidt will be gone. And Sonny Gray, I think, will probably be traded. And Contreras, too, if they can.
And I'm all for it, for the record. Are you guys all for it, or are you not?
Oh, absolutely. I think at this point, you're kind of in purgatory. They've been in purgatory for a while.
That's right. That's my issue.
I don't get what they call this or how they can...
Well, they don't want to call it a rebuild because it's bad for marketing and season tickets, but that's what it is.
But I think it's already bad for marketing. Like this whole not rolling out the exact plan is worse. If you say, we're going to play Gorman, Walker's going to play first, Gorman's going to play third, we're going to take our lumps a little bit, but we just feel like this is the step we need to take. I think people could live with that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not like any of those guys is tearing it up anyway.
Right.
They're not the all-stars they once were.
No,
and if those four guys we just mentioned, if you were to get rid of all those salaries, you're saving probably $100 million or more.
But I think you're going to pay... I mean, just think off the top of your head, and we haven't even mentioned Miles Michaelis, Steven Matz, Sonny Gray. Those are three starting pitchers. And then you go Arenado, Contreras. I named 5 players. There's about $100 million right there. Before you fielded the rest of your team, you're at $100 million with those 5.
And then 3 guys who are on the team, who most likely won't be back, and Goldschmidt Lynn, and Gibson.
Who are coming off the books. But I'm saying that's $100 million on the books, and you haven't even fielded the
Point
rest
being,
of them.
that factors into, I would imagine, if I'm doing my math right, I think you're at 150 when you include those three. Now, I realize they weren't on the books anyway because there was a team option and Goldschmidt's a free agent, but that just shows you how much of the payroll is going away. And I think if they were straightforward with it, I think fans would be on board. But because it's been this kind of hybrid model, we're staying in it to try to win enough to get into the playoffs. That's what's gotten them into this position as opposed to fully turning the page. I wish they would have traded Goldschmidt and Arenado, if they would have been willing to do so at the 2023 deadline when that LA Times story was reported that Arenado was open to going to LA. Do you have any insight as to whether or not those guys were willing to go at the deadline of 23? Because I feel like that was a crucial moment and an opportunity missed.
I don't know, and I don't know if they were asked. I'm not sure. I don't remember if did that get reported at all?
The LA Times reported that Arenado was open to going to the Dodgers.
I believe that.
Yeah, well, it was denied in St. Louis, not by necessarily the Cardinals, although Arenado, I think, kind of came out with somewhat of a deflection on it.
Like, hey, I want to be here kind of thing. Didn't directly say.
Right.
Wait, let's be honest. Why wouldn't you want to go to the Dodgers? He's from L.A. I mean, of course. So I don't know if he was ever asked. Like the Cardinals said, we have a deal on the table. I suspect Goldschmidt would have said no. Family's here and just kind of likes it. I'm going to play out my contract. I think Arenado would have said yes to the right team. I just think he got here and he was all excited to get out of Colorado. And he just kind of came here at a bad time where they did go to the playoffs in 21. They did win the division in 2022. And he didn't hit in either of those postseasons. So, part of it's on him. Last year he didn't have a good year. I just think he thought he was coming to this unbelievable winning franchise, and it just hasn't really been that way.
I thought one of his comments following the season or at the tail end of the season was really eye-opening, and it speaks to one of those playoff games, game one against the Phillies, when he talked about how tough it is to bring people in offensively because the ballpark's so big. And if you remember, he had that shot against, I think it was Aaron Nola, it might have been Wheeler, either way, that's all they faced. And he was convinced it was a home run, and it died on the track. And I feel like that's been in his head, whereas at Coors Field, you hit a ball hard, it's gone, or it's in the gap. And I think that has also frustrated him. I think that's kind of flying under the radar along with the supporting cast.
There's your off-season marketing. We're moving the fences in. And then you invite more folks to the ballpark because we're moving the fences in.
Right.
But you could also argue, well, Juan Yepes didn't have a problem. He hit it over the wall. I mean, other guys hit it over the wall. But I just don't think he's really been that happy here. And it just kind of comes out in little fragments when he talks about the roster and things they need to add.
It's possible the Cardinals front office doesn't even know which of these players will be gone. I don't know how seriously other teams are involved right now in talking player movement amongst each other. So it's possible that they don't really know which way they're going to go yet until they find out what they could get for some of these other players.
Don't you think Sonny Gray has the most value? Like, if you say, okay, he's at
Helsley, wouldn't you think?
Well, I would say the guys with the huge salaries. You're trying to move. So if he's at
Gray, absolutely, because he's only committed for 2 years, and he's in his peak.
So if you're saying we have to pay a portion, that one I think you'll have to pay the least to get a taker. Whereas Arenado, you probably got to pay more. Contreras, somewhere in the middle of those two would be my guess. I feel bad for Contreras. He's the greatest guy to be around and really has his heart on his sleeve. Like, you see him, it just keeps getting injured. The first game he ever played, he's got the Molina shoes. Remember, he got hurt on opening day. It's like there's been a black cloud hanging over him, and I think he's frustrated. I think he also thought, hey, I'm coming to the St. Louis Cardinals. They just do nothing but win.
But he hits when he plays.
Yeah.
He hits.
You are welcome to text in 314-399-9646 Air Comfort Service. Text line, call in, Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, and email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:45. It is 10 o'clock now in St. Louis. Martin, that means you've got a thing.
I got to go to immigration here. They told me to bring my passport.
You're not a citizen?
They wanted to see my, easy on the politics second. They want to see my passport.
Where'd you come in? What was your port of entry?
I brought
this is anti-Irish. Jackson's anti-Irish as well, Martin. I just want to let you know.
I bet on Notre Dame this weekend, though.
Oh, did you? You got paid.
What's Burke? What is that? English? British?
Yeah, a little mix of all.
A mix of all? Yeah, that's about right.
There he is. That's
condescending.
10 o'clock hour brought to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota coming your way as Balloon Party folds in to TMA. And Doug, you get to experience the magic that is the 10 to 11 hour on 101 ESPN. Martin, wonderful to have you back on the program.
You know the key to a successful show? Don't read any of the comments. Just plug away. You guys keep the 10 o'clock will probably be kind of in decline here, but try your best.
That's what we're going to do. Martin Kilcoyne, we'll take a commercial break, come back with our 10 o'clock hour, brought to you by McKernan, St. Louis Acura, McKernan, Burkett, Alton Toyota. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
The World Series. The World Series is on 101 ESPN. Wednesday night, Game 5, Dodgers and Yankees. Pre-game at 6, first pitch at 7:08. The MLB plays on 101 ESPN.
Price just went up on car insurance? Check us out at carltoninsurance.net.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
You entrusted a nursing home with the care of a loved one, and you believed they'd be kept safe. But now you've learned the nursing home has violated that trust. You've discovered bed sores, broken bones, and infections. Your loved one did not receive the care they deserved. If your family member has been the victim of nursing home neglect or abuse, call Onder Law at 844-BED-SORE. Onder Law, making a difference one case at a time.
Great news at Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum. Their fall into savings event, well, that has been extended through the month of October. Low finance rates available right now, like 0% APR on Pathfinders, Rogues, and Altimas, plus 0.9% APR for 60 months on Frontier. Low lease payment options like $329 per month on the 2024 Rogue. You're going to love the savings and the financing deals that they have at Auto Centers Nissan. They've got over 700 new and used vehicles all in one location, the largest and best used selection in St. Louis. You're bound to find the perfect vehicle to match your lifestyle and your budget. New Nissans and select used vehicles come with their complimentary lifetime warranty. New Nissans come with a 30-day new car return promise and complimentary Nissan maintenance plan. When you head out to Herculaneum, tell them Anthony Stalter from 101 ESPN sent you. If you check them out online, view them at autocentersnissan.com. It's Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum.
It's warm now, but winter will be here before you know it. That's why Banner Construction is having their pre-winter window event. Choose from Banner's various energy-efficient brands and window price points featuring beautiful Pella windows. Banner is a certified Pella contractor and preferred James Hardy specialist. If you've been considering new windows or a fresh new exterior for your home, see Banner's work at bannerconstruction.com or call 314-569-1050 and have a Banner day.
Go! Listeners ought to check out Collier & Thompson, support the sponsors, and have the best contractors in St. Louis work on your kitchen remodel, if that's what you want, or bathroom remodel, basement, wine room, whatever. Collier & Thompson does it all, and these are people that you can trust. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. That's not always that common for people in this line of work. They won a Torch Award for Ethics from the Better Business Bureau. Collier & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality, online at collierandthompson.com.
Right now, 38 states allow sports betting, including 7 of Missouri's neighboring states. Amendment 2 gives Missouri sports fans the freedom to bet on games too, and that will generate over $100 million for our schools. Amendment 2 is endorsed by the Chiefs, Cardinals, Royals, Blues, and Missouri's 2 biggest newspapers, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and the Kansas City Star. Here's Hall of Famer Ozzie Smith asking you to vote yes on 2.
Back in my day, I was the wizard of the infield. Now, I'm a grandfather. That's why I'm voting yes on Amendment 2. It means over $100 million for Missouri schools and teachers, and no more broken promises. There's a constitutional guarantee that the money goes to our schools, and legalizing sports betting is great for us fans, too. That's why the Royals, Chiefs, Blues, and Cardinals all join me in saying yes on Amendment 2.
Paid for by Winning for Missouri Education, Mike Pridmore, Treasurer.
Progressive is proud to support veterans and small businesses with their annual Keys to Progress vehicle giveaway program, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com.
WXOS, WXOS HD1 East St. Louis, and KPNT HD2 Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return.
TMA is broadcasting live from the Car Shield studio on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to CMA. 10 o'clock hours brought to you by McKernan, St. Louis Acura, McKernan, Burkett, Alton Toyota. Doug, this has been Balloon Party since January of 2022. So this has to be kind of an honor for you to be in this studio at this hour. This has to be like walking into the old Yankee Stadium.
I can't think of anything in my career that tops it. This is the pinnacle. When you fold one show that apparently wasn't very popular into this one. It's a real kick.
With two of the same people.
Yeah, with two of the same people. It is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and you are welcome to participate in the show. I think, Jackson, when I touch this microphone, that's what activates your vibrator.
Yes. So yeah, mine is remote controlled, and it's once you touch that, you'll see me just kind of shake a little.
What in the world?
Yeah, that's what's going on.
Lock in. This is what's happening. Where sometimes Tim touches the microphone, and I might shake a little bit. It's nothing. I'm just happy. Just know I'm happy.
Just know he's pleased.
Is it vibrant?
Yeah, it is. It's vibrant. That's what it is. 350 people are hanging out in the TMA YouTube chat. So the TMA YouTube chat will continue until 11 o'clock, which is new. And then the 101 ESPN YouTube is also going simultaneously.
And that has about 300 people in it.
How about
as well.
that? Okay. So 650 people are watching the program?
Hello, everybody out there.
And this is when Jackson morphs into Little Piddles, and he asks us questions, Doug. That's the tradition of Balloon Party, and I can't wait to hear what he has prepared for us.
Okay. How many questions you got, bro?
He says he has 6, but he expects me to just opine for like a half hour, so he maybe only makes 4, I think.
There were some days when I knew Tim didn't get great sleep, and I knew my questions sucked, and I would sit with my head in my hands in my back studio and be like, I don't know, I'm going to do this. But we figured out a way.
We did it, Doug.
Okay. All right. What are your questions?
With the first year of the college football expanded postseason, how do you think coaching expectations will change in the near future? Obviously, We Go the Bulls around here is likely not going to cut it for most programs, but how is the 12-team playoff and the increase in parity going to affect how universities and boosters evaluate their current coach and team direction?
That's a long question.
Oh, I knew you weren't going to like the length of this guy's
how long?
questions. And I'll tell you what, sometimes these questions actually feature 4 questions at a time. I'm just letting you know how this guy works over there.
Boy, there's a lot of questions there.
My vibrator.
I don't think there's any doubt that it's going to affect the way coaches are looked at now. If you start a season with high expectations and you don't get one of those 12 spots, you might find yourself on the hot seat where otherwise you might not have.
Right, but for some programs, could you see making the 12-team playoff, but then getting cut short? Like, is that a disappointing season? Like, we've seen teams go to the playoffs in the 4 major sports and then get fired. Do you think that could happen?
For some programs, absolutely. But I think for a number of programs, that will be the barometer. So I think that's why, even though it was accurate for Eli Drinkwitz to wear the bowl-bound shirt last week after the win over Auburn, it's kind of like that's not what anybody in the fan base was looking for this year.
Right.
So it was an odd thing because at this point the Bulls are getting the respect they get, which is none. It's a grapefruit league game, except it comes in the postseason as opposed to the preseason. I think there was a time, I think it definitely predates you, Jackson, and it kind of predates me, that going to a bowl was a big deal, but then the market became saturated. However, coaches looking to continue to be employed would use that as a sign of success. And then the number of games you played increased, and so winning 6 games when you had 4 blood donors became a form of zero accomplishment. So it really struck me as an odd standard. So now I think you have a more proper form of determining who had a great year. What I think we're going to see, number one, I think we're going to see anarchy with this thing. I think we're going to see absolute anarchy with the college football playoff coming up. I don't know how it's going to go down because you have teams like Pittsburgh and Miami undefeated in the ACC, and I think Miami is certainly a better team than Pittsburgh. Maybe. I mean, maybe I'm off on that. Pittsburgh beat the hell out of Syracuse this past week. And then you have a team like Indiana lurking. Indiana goes to Columbus, and you can say, well, they got no chance there. Nebraska, make a case, should have beaten Ohio State on Saturday. And Penn State has the connotation for college football fans as the team that's going to be around, but they're going to lose to Michigan or Ohio State or both. This year they don't play Michigan. They probably wish they were playing Michigan because Michigan's no good. So there's a chance that the situation looks, I mean, what are you going to have? Oregon, Ohio State, Penn State, and Indiana, all with 1 loss or no loss through the regular season?
Yeah,
that's what you're staring down the barrel of there. So there's 4 teams. You already have the group of 5 team. You have the ACC team. You have have the Big 12 team. You'll have at least one SEC team, obviously, probably both teams. I don't think that people are looking ahead to see the absolute anarchy that is. And part of this, I think, is the byproduct of all of these super conferences getting away from divisions. If you have a tiebreaker in one of these conferences, it's going to cause chaos. I mean, you could have a real situation in any conference for the tiebreaker for who gets to play in the championship game. And perhaps the most desired seed is going to be number 5, not one of the top 4, because then you get to play the group of 5, which is kind of like a bye, and you get the home game. And then in the next round, you play the 4 seed, which isn't going to be an Oregon or a Georgia or a Texas or whoever, or maybe Texas A&M.
Yeah, it's probably the ACC team or maybe the Big 12 team.
Is it BYU? Is it Iowa State? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
So that's kind of a weird spot.
Totally.
So keep an eye on this. I think college football may have really screwed up by getting away from the divisions, because then it kind of served more as a playoff and then isolating in. And then that way people are playing consistent teams, as opposed to your years are kind of dictated by how favorable your schedule is.
Yeah, I mean, you look at like A&M, like they have a tougher schedule relative to like other teams, but SEC-wise, no. And they play like most of their tough games at home.
They got LSU at home. They get Texas at home, and they got what we thought was going to be a tough game, Missouri at home. So it has changed the mark. But I think what's kind of screwed up is that your schedule will dictate the caliber of your year. And I wonder, not that I think the system will be in place for a long time, I think it will morph, but if that will then dictate how teams look at seasons. So they're going, the schedule's going to be too tough. Let's not allocate NIL dollars to the portal because we know we've got a very low shot. Another thing that I think you're going to see, you could see a 3-loss SEC team get in over a 1-loss Big 12 or ACC team. Keep an eye on that in a month. All these things are percolating. And listen, I'm enjoying the excitement of it. I hate that Illinois and Missouri are now done as far as the college football playoff goes. But keep an eye on what I think is going to be chaos the morning they announce the college football playoff bracket. 10-12 in St. Louis. Hey, by the way, this is going to be good news. I think I can say this. Tommy Mattern, who's in charge of operations here at Hubbard Radio, came in and said, you know what? We need to go down to 3 stop sets, which means 3 commercial breaks, maybe even 2. And that's the greatest news, longer segments. God bless America. So that's good news for especially longtime TMA listeners who are used to the longer form segments. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at about 10:45, 10:50. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Doug, you're a client, and you love Seth Goldcamp.
I do love Seth Goldcamp and the people that work for him. They've been in my house a few times. They just do fantastic work. And cold weather about to set in here, you rely on your furnace to keep you warm throughout the season. Of course, if your furnace breaks and you're left without heat, your home can be uncomfortable in no time at all. If you have kids or pets or elderly occupying your space, it becomes even more critical to have your furnace repairs completed right away. And the skilled HVAC technicians at Design Air provide furnace repair services throughout the St. Louis metro area, giving you peace of mind every day of the year. Alongside their commitment to quality service, they've been recognized as the #1 Trane dealer in the Midwest for a number of years now, providing quality products from Trane to customers looking to upgrade or replace an existing Trane furnace unit. That's designair.net. They do absolutely fantastic work. We've all had work done on our furnaces and air conditioners with them, and we wholeheartedly recommend them.
Design Air Heating and Cooling. They are online at designairservice.com. And the YouTube chat, at least the TMA one, that's the one that I have up. They are in celebration over the longer segments announcement.
Oh, are they really? Okay.
As they should be.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's more our style.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just kind of, younger people are used to audio content in longer form in 2024. And that's just the way that it is. Yeah. And that tends to be kind of, Doug, is that the show, Them Yo People?
Oh, yeah.
I see that car all the time.
Yeah.
Every time I'm on 40.
That's kind of where I am. I don't necessarily play well older. Jennings Randolph Jr. said he played well older.
Well, he trends older.
He trends older. I didn't wear
I guess it's possible we could not have commercial breaks at all, and you two could forfit your salaries.
That's in play.
All right?
Yeah.
That's in play.
Would it go to you somehow?
Yes.
Yeah, it always goes back. Yeah.
More or less fescue.
Yeah, that Doug fescue. All right, send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Chairman Kurt is welcome to come in since he lost lost the love of his life on Saturday. But, Doug, you don't have much sympathy because he didn't approach her in Tuscaloosa.
No, you got to say something.
You got to put a puck on the net.
And you would think it's easier when you're out of town because you think, I may never see this girl again, so why not?
I mean, when he told me, he saw...
from what I heard is he met the love of his life. That's what I was under the impression.
No, saw and just kind of stared. And Martin made the accusation that it was stalking. So that's what actually transpired.
He's walking like he's got a rocket up his ass.
Here comes the chairman. Here comes the chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman Kurt, Sound Story Communications, LLC.
I'm not a fan of this narrative you're spinning, Doug.
It's you specifically.
Can you see the chairman? Oh, yeah, you can. He's kind of in the corner.
Yeah. All I said was you're out of town. You may as well go for it then, right?
You know, there's a lot of truth to that. And if I had it to do over again, maybe I would have fired a puck on net. But, you know, you can't dwell on the past. We can just move forward a little bit.
No,
seasons change.
You're just probably never going to see her again, and that hurts.
I'm positive.
Maybe you'll see her at the Oklahoma game. Okay. Maybe you'll go to Starkville. Maybe you'll go to Columbia, South Carolina.
Yeah, the way she was sporting that tiger print dress, she's got to be as big of a fan as me.
Oh, yeah.
Drew Pine season.
Drew Pine season.
So you have that in common, and that's a good conversation starter.
Yeah, maybe we'll find out some more things that we have in common.
Okay.
Jackson, your actual betting unit size is what?
$100,000.
$100,000.
This guy's very wealthy.
Yeah.
When I texted you, had you already fired the bet? Doug, I texted him when it was 6-0 Alabama inside the 10-yard line, and you knew Drew Pine was coming in.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I might have to unload the entire bankroll on this. You did fire a bet, though. You got it at 19. So
19 and a half, yeah. I was at 9 Mile Garden. I actually didn't know that 105.7 The Point had like an event thing out there before the game, so I just showed up.
Support the sister stations.
Well, yeah, it felt bad, but Well Dressed Tony was there and Lauren was there, and I was like, oh my God, hello everybody. And then you sent me that text, and I was like, yeah, you know what? Because Drew Pine, I'm concerned if he's quarterback for the rest of the year, are they going to score again?
Oh, gosh.
Like, did they even get close?
You think they're going to shut out the rest of the season?
Did they even get close? I mean, they brought in the starters again so that Mizzou wouldn't score on the goal line.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know if they're going to, if Drew Pine is under center, I don't know if they're going to score.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Defensive touchdowns only, and maybe special teams. Don't forget about the special teams.
I told the people I was watching the game with when they had... It was 3rd down and goal at like the 2 right there at the end. I looked at everybody and said, I will bet you $100 they will not score. They go, what do you mean? Of course they're going to score. Yeah, they said, sure, we'll take that bet. And, of course, they got stonewalled twice in a row, and I haven't been paid back yet.
Oh, who are these people?
I don't
Call
know.
them out by name.
There was some creative play calling to get into the end zone there, though.
Yeah. How about we run up the middle on a slowly developing play? Oh, didn't work. Let's do it again. Didn't work.
Mm-hmm. And then Doug collects his winnings. Yeah. Somebody Venmo Doug the money.
I mean, you didn't think they were going to score there, did you?
No, not at all. Especially when Alabama was like, oh, we're going to send the starters back in.
Right. Yeah. Matter of fact, you had monetary actions. They would not score.
Drinkwitz was taunting the Alabama crowd in the first quarter.
I saw that.
They caught that on the ABC cameras. I saw that playing out, and I thought, boy, I don't know if that's the greatest.
It was like a slow death, so it was easier for me to grieve it, like in the moment, similar like when they lost to Princeton in the 2022 tournament. Like when it's slow death like that, it's like, all right. If it would have been like a heartbreaker, like they lost on the last second field goal and they actually had a chance, it would have hurt a lot more. That was just like, okay, they clearly don't belong in the same field as this team.
Right.
Well, the thing is, I think if healthy, I think Alabama's just not that great themselves.
Sure.
And I think they could have competed, truly. I know that sounds
defense
ridiculous.
Defense is playing great,
That's
but they're
what
just
I'm saying.
Dog tired.
Right, because the offense couldn't do a damn thing. And they got no first downs, and so that's how you have that thing go to a 34-0 game, and it really could have been much worse had Alabama wanted to make it much worse. Your thoughts are welcome. Anything is welcome. Mike Drops, Air Comfort Service text line, Callier and Thompson phone lines, the Air Comfort Service text lines, 314-399-9646. So all you longtime TMA listeners, switch that number for your text line. Callier and Thompson phone line is 314-974-0101. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the 101 ESPN app. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The Morning After, now airing on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Make your picks for this week's Fastlane Pick'em Challenge at 101ESPN.com. Show off your football knowledge and see if you can top the Fastlane and the dudes from the Rizzuto Show on the point. For this week's top score, it's the Fastlane and the Riz Show throwing down all football season long in the Pick'em Challenge. Enter your picks for this week right now at 101ESPN.com.
Refreshed by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the NFL. Easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy.
Have kids under 25? We can save you money at carltoninsurance.net.
Hi, it's Randy Carricker with Jim Olive, the Auto Loan Pro from AutoLoanPro.com. And Jim, you have that AutoLoanPro.com playbook. And I know a lot of people don't understand their finances, but that'll help them.
Randy, if you go to the AutoLoanPro.com today and download the free playbook, you'll have an opportunity to kind of understand the entire car buying process and what it does, not only today, but for your future. It'll help you understand what it takes to get in a nice, reliable new vehicle of your choice and get driving today.
Download the playbook from AutoLoanPro.com today.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards RealFit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Save big money on your next painting project right now at Menards. Give your room a grand finish with Pittsburgh Grand Distinction Interior Paint. It's a premium paint and primer with excellent durability and comes in over 750 one-coat colors. Get a gallon on sale now through November 3rd. Save big on Pittsburgh paint. And don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
The Missouri Laborers Union and their contractors build our communities. Chances are your church, school, grocery store, or gas station was built by contractors using union laborers. They take great pride in their work and accomplishments and love to go by an old project and say, I built that. The men and women of the Missouri Laborers Union and their contractors, taking pride in building our communities. Go to buildunion.com for more information. That's buildunion.com.
101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. And every month during the season, you can register to win tickets to an upcoming Blues game. Enter to score free Blues tickets now at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 app. Brought to you by Ted Drew's, serving original frozen custard since 1929. We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Time to scare the pants off your friends. Strangers candy. Some pumpkin carving. What are you going to be for Halloween? How hauntingly beautiful is this?
Very, very haunting.
It's just good to be back with some acoustic sessions. I didn't realize that part was there.
Yeah, that's the best part, though. Welcome back to TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. I'm used to it being the 7 o'clock hour. Munganess Doug was the sponsor of Balloon Party.
Okay.
And Munganess is online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And Jamie Burkhardt and the Muckety Mucks give out their specific number to text or call at 314-252-0029. It's Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour. Coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. It's how we wrap up the program, always on TMA, but now that TMA is 4 hours, we will do it at 10:45 as opposed to 9:45 on the program. Jackson, we have Mike Elko, who is starting to get some momentum as SEC Coach of the Year. I think many probably would have thought Clark Lee at Vanderbilt would be live, but now that Mike Elko is undefeated in the SEC after beating LSU on Saturday night, he had this comment following the game, Doug. See if you can figure out who he's talking about. Take a listen.
We're very honest. We're very open. And this is a real program. It's not fake. It's not a politician running this program, talking fast and BSing everybody. This is a real program. And for all the recruits out there, this is a real place. And if you want to be really good at football, this is a really good place to be.
Huh.
Who do you think he was talking
Texas? Isn't that their big rival?
Yeah, but I don't think Steve Sarkisian's considered a fast-talking politician.
No.
Seems like...
I don't know. They're not talking about our guy, are they?
Well, a lot of Missouri fans were thinking that he might be. I would think he would probably be more talking about Brian Kelly.
Ooh, I thought it was a little bit of a shot at Jimbo Fisher from...
And Jimbo Fisher's certainly live. I think that's a nice play.
I think it was kind of like he's like claiming he wasn't talking about anybody.
Oh, so what? He's been asked who he was talking about?
Yeah, and he's like, I don't, I wasn't talking about anything specific. I was like, well, I mean...
Because Brian Kelly goes, he's a guy from Boston in the north, and then all of a sudden he's talking, like Ed Orgeron when he addresses the LSU basketball crowd after he was hired as football coach, and he's grinding on recruits, aggressively dry humping them on videos and sending it out on social media. That would strike me as political, just usually done at an hourly hotel. In this particular case, it was right after he had beaten Brian Kelly. Some Missouri fans are like, oh, he's talking about our guy. I got to be honest with you, I don't think the guy has even thought about too much at this particular moment.
Not since he beat the brakes off Missouri Tigers a few weeks ago. Once you do that,
you can. That's like here's the football official. I just scored. No need to talk about Eli Drinkwitz. I think Jimbo Fisher's a nice play. I think that's probably more likely.
Yeah.
And we're sitting here again talking about the same things.
There's Brian Kelly.
Right.
If he was talking about Brian Kelly, I'm so on board with that. Because that was a great game. Big comeback by A&M.
Did you take A&M?
No.
Doug, watch what I told Jackson on Friday.
What'd you tell him?
I love A&M.
Don't ever look at me like that again.
He stared at you right in the eyes,
he sure
too.
did.
With my baby blues. And then my tongue was...
That was the biggest... That was
the tongue of a hummingbird.
Like some sort of lizard.
That was what really freaked me out on Friday, was the tongue.
Love Texas A&M.
Doug, have you ever seen more of your co-host tongue in one segment?
No.
Flip that off. That could be another promo.
The most I've seen or ever want to.
Yeah. If he's taking shots at Brian Kelly, I'm on board with Mike Elko.
That team is in a spot where now, assuming that they have kind of some randoms before they play Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, they're probably in the SEC championship game because they're the only undefeated SEC team in SEC play.
Yeah.
They've lost to Notre Dame, but now the Notre Dame loss continues to look better. I have no idea how Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois.
I'm just eating it over here.
Because Northern Illinois, and I'm not even just saying that to mock you.
No, but I am.
But Gabe, who I love, also had the take that Notre Dame is now eliminated. Mm-hmm. But in fairness, when they lost to Northern Illinois, you didn't see all this chaos coming in the college football playoff. Mm-hmm. The weird thing is what I think you could have wind up happening are a couple of teams who nobody even was thinking about at the beginning of the year being in the mix for one of those at-large spots.
Yep.
And who knows, maybe one of them actually wins the ACC or Big 12. And I'm talking about a Pittsburgh. I'm talking about an Iowa State, a BYU. They're all live. What about Indiana? And if Indiana gets in, then Ohio State, I guess, still gets in. But they were flirting with death on Saturday at home. And Penn State's got to play them coming up this week. And by the way, that sucks that it's an 11 o'clock game.
Sucks. Oh.
I thought for sure the schedule this week kind of sucks. That game's great, but then the rest of the day is just butt-ass festival.
But honestly, whenever we say that, then it ends up like some game is like just down to the wire that you never would have thought.
We tend to get good weeks when we think it's going to be crap.
Yeah, totally. Great game day at Indiana, by the way.
No surprise.
Shout out to Bloomington. Yeah. That was great. I loved Kyle Schwarber's whole get-up he was wearing.
It was not John Cougar Mellencamp, who you condemned as the working man's musical artist last week, and you don't like when blue-collar people are supported. Go ahead and explain that to Doug.
I felt so vindicated when Schwarber came on because he was bringing heat immediately, wearing the baseball helmet and the jersey next to Lee Corso in his little sweater. I loved it. I thought game day was outstanding at Bloomington. And then, although they had to be at the stadium because I guess the game was at 11.
11 o'clock.
Yeah, that kind of sucked. But
they did a lot with Lee Corso. And
as they should.
Winning the Holiday Bowl years ago.
Yeah, the 79 Holiday Bowl. Who would have thought it'd be talked about? But he told the story behind that, and that was against BYU. What a lovable guy. And I know it'll be celebrated whenever the time comes that he steps down. But what Kirk Herbstreit has done with Lee Corso is truly one of the most beautiful things I have seen, because he obviously loses his train of thought at times, but he still wants to be there. ESPN picks their spots with him. But Herbstreit, who's a guy who's God only knows how much money he's making at this point, and does those Thursday night NFL games on Amazon, then heads to the college football game day site, does that show, then flies across the country to wherever he was going. I guess he was in College Station on Saturday night, right? So he goes from Bloomington to College Station. And he went to Lee Corso's celebratory dinner with the old 79 Indiana team, made sure he was there even though he got there late because he was calling an NFL game the night before. I believe that was in L.A., right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, L.A. to Bloomington, and he gets to Bloomington, which I don't believe. I mean, maybe you can fly private into Bloomington. I don't know.
Somewhere around
you probably can.
Oh, sure.
And from L.A., and then he gets to Lee Corso's dinner. Then they do the show that morning in Bloomington. Then he gets on a plane to go to College Station. I'm sure people go, he's making $20 million or whatever the hell he's making. I do it too. I understand. But you can tell the love and respect he has for Lee Corso. I think that's first class. What an illustration of character on the part of Kirk Herbstreit. All right, it's 10:30 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. TMA here on 101 ESPN. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up. Who would have thought this gentleman, who we're going to hear from in the next segment, would have people rallying around him and his attitude? But alas, Doug, that's exactly what has taken place with this speech over the weekend. You will hear it on the other side of the break.
You got better at teasing.
I just got better at teasing.
Well done, Tim.
Thank you so much. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Onder Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com. The Blues season is in full swing, and you can tune in this Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. to hear BK and Ferrario live from the E&B Granite Studio at the Centene Community Ice Center.
Brought to you by Bud Light for the fans on game day, and by E&B Granite, Bernie Federko's only choice for granite countertops, cabinets, and flooring.
Gets into the paint scoop at the left side. Shaw for the flush.
Mizzou men's basketball is right around the corner, and we need you to purchase season tickets. The 5th-ranked recruiting class and 13th-ranked transfer class come to Mizzou with high expectation. Season tickets are the only way to guarantee a seat as your Tigers take on marquee opponents Kansas, Kentucky, Arkansas, and California. Do your part in supporting Mizzou hoops with season tickets starting as low as $14 a game. Purchase your tickets today at mutigers.com.
You've been waiting, and now is the time. Golden Oak Lending has fixed mortgage rates at 4.875%. But don't wait. This rate won't last forever. Call today and take advantage of our low 4.875 fixed rate. Call 314-567-GOLD. That's 314-567-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending, cured my blues.
5.784 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Right now, 38 states allow sports betting, including 7 of Missouri's neighboring states. Amendment 2 gives Missouri sports fans the freedom to bet on games too, and that will generate over $100 million for our schools. Amendment 2 is endorsed by the Chiefs, Cardinals, Royals, Blues, and Missouri's 2 biggest newspapers, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and the Kansas City Star. Here's Hall of Famer Ozzie Smith asking you to vote yes on 2.
Back in my day, I was the wizard of the infield. Now, I'm a grandfather. That's why I'm voting yes on Amendment 2. It means over $100 million for Missouri schools and teachers, and no more broken promises. There's a constitutional guarantee that the money goes to our schools, and legalizing sports betting is great for us fans, too. That's why the Royals, Chiefs, Blues, and Cardinals all join me in saying yes on Amendment 2.
Paid for by Winning for Missouri Education, Mike Pridmore, Treasurer.
Ghostly greetings to you. Let's keep Halloween fun and safe for all. Please use a rideshare or a designated driver. A DUI will haunt your life. Don't drink and drive. From your spooky friends at Onder Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com.
Get in your comfort zone with routine HVAC system checks twice a year from Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Installation. A preferred partner plan starts at only $19 per month and includes discounts on repairs and priority service. For details, visit aircomfortservice.com.
Now's a great time for Mosby Building Arts to tackle that small project you've been dreaming about. Whether it's a deck, porch, laundry room, built-ins, bar, or workout room, small projects can mean big happiness for your family. Check out the tried and true Mosby Blue at callmosby.com.
Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, the place I go to get my cars, the place I would love for you to go to get your cars as well. They are online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota.
Sponsored by BOS. BOS is here to bring you a better banking experience, whether it's managing money for short-term needs or long-term goals. BOS is here to help you meet all of life's moments with bold confidence. BOS. Bank boldly. Member FDIC.
Take the fast lane home weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. with Anthony Stalter, Jamie Rivers, and Carrie Davis on 101 ESPN. Two former pros and one average Joe. The fast lane is driven by Scrap Mart Metals Recycling. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We got Monday Night Football action tonight on 101 ESPN as the Steelers take on the Giants. Pregame at 6:30 right here on 101 ESPN and kickoff at 7:20. And the Blues are back in action tomorrow as they take on the Ottawa Senators. You can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Inside the Car Shield studio, you're listening to TMA on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Timothy, Michael, McKernan, Jackson Burkett. We've been here since January 2022. Doug, though, is experiencing the 10 o'clock hour now. And how do you feel about it?
Well, I was here once before. Remember, you had me in once.
Yeah, I was asking you for like your opening day lineup, and you named like everybody on the IR.
Oh.
Sounds like Jackson wasn't pleased with your performance. This guy's
back off. It was really fun. I actually enjoyed it.
All right.
We love having Doug in here.
Of course. It's TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And it is our Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day is coming your way. First time ever on HD1. It's been on low-powered AM before. It's been on HD2 before. Yeah. HD1, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And Jackson, Buck Swope Trails JV golf coach for the month of October?
Yes.
6-5 JV golf coach.
6-5 JV golf coach. Yeah, you did vote for him on Friday. I didn't have that written down because I'm not very good.
Yeah, there it is. That's at least honest. And then the Ghost of Gangster Pete's hat also has a win. So you can send in your emails the morning after at InsideSTL.com to win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email that anything will do. It's not like there's necessarily a topic whatsoever. All right, Jackson, I'll be honest, I don't know why, but yesterday I had an opportunity to watch the NFL, and I found myself pulling for the Cleveland Browns. I don't have anything against the Ravens, but I was aware that the Browns' longtime broadcaster, I don't know if this is a guy you ever crossed paths with, Doug.
Who is that?
Jim Donovan?
Jim Donovan passed away, only 66 years old, I believe.
Sad.
Died of leukemia. And beloved in Cleveland. I mean, I think he was a sports anchor at a station and also had been the longtime voice of the Browns. Now, I recognize that for the players on Cleveland, I would imagine the vast majority of them didn't know him very well. That's the nature of the sport. And also, these guys are young guys, and they might have a quick stop there. But I knew they were playing a team that, outside of the Chiefs, I think many would consider to be the favorite to win in the AFC, and the Ravens. And the Browns are just awful.
Yeah, hot garbage.
But no Deshaun Watson. And last week, Jameis Winston chided the fans in Cleveland for cheering when Watson got hurt. And because of another injury, Jameis Winston, who you might remember from more than a decade ago quarterbacking Florida State to a national championship, is still in the league. He was the third-string quarterback. And yesterday, he got the start, and he got the win.
It's not often that you get another opportunity like you have just received in the NFL. What does it mean to lead these guys, and what could be the start of what you said is something special moving forward?
Man, it's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got to quote, Eminem, he from Detroit, he right up the road, but man, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that the Lord provided me with this opportunity. I'm grateful for my teammates, my coaches, and these amazing fans.
Doug, white boy from up in Detroit, Marshall Mathers getting quoted. His pregame speech was incredible as well as he fired that team up. They don't have much.
No, they do not.
And for them to beat the Ravens yesterday with Winston leading a drive, which, again, I can't believe I was locked in on, but I was. Then we had another trunk or treat. I've been to a lot of trunk or treats lately. But I got a chance to watch that, and I was legitimately thrilled for it.
I love Jameis Winston. He's been...
I think he's had kind of a character evolution over the last 11 years.
I think a part of that is some of his work with Pardon My Take from Barstool, and he also did the Sunday Conversation, which was outstanding. And
Doug, is that why you've changed your opinion?
No, it isn't. It's kind of a Sports Sunday kind of play on. But he's definitely rebranded, much like I feel like Bryson DeChambeau is another guy who's like rebranded. Like you can have these rebrands in sports where you like were once disliked or certainly had controversy like Jameis Winston, and then totally kind of redeem yourself in the way to people. I love it. I love Jameis Winston.
Jameis gets the win, and I would imagine he'll get the start when the Browns go back at it and try to get their third win of the year. Who will get the start for Missouri when they take on Oklahoma in 12 days? That is TBD. Bye week this week, Brady Cook's situation will be evaluated and announced, I would imagine, sometime here within the next 24 to 48 hours. They were not happy, though, on Gabe's post-game show. Doug, I was watching it, and what I noticed it was the numbers were super low watching the show.
Yeah,
because I think fans are just like, they suck, and they move on. The season's, as far as what the real goals were, over. And they're not very good. They're not going to be able to score. They weren't even really able to do much offensively, even with Cook. And so you go, I don't really care. They suck. Disappointing. But here is a super cut of some of the voicemails that Gabe DeArmond, our guest in the 9 o'clock hour, received on his Power Mizzou postgame show.
I'd like to hear it. Hit the lead.
John, I need a voicemail, my guy.
I think we're done with Drew Pine, period.
Good call. Let's go to the next one.
Hi, Gabe. I was wrong last week when I called in to comment about us going to the playoffs. That's over and done with. I'm going to go in my room and cry now.
At least the scenery was pretty nice. There was a lot of stepdads in khakis. Unfortunately, it was a urinal situation and not a trough situation. But, so there's just been disappointments left and right. But be blessed.
Gosh, what callers. Thought we had bad callers. Those guys had given up. They'd lost the will to live, some of them.
John, I need a voicemail, my guy.
That was after like 15 seconds of dead air.
Kurt was getting frustrated. My guy. If I ever call you my guy, you know what that means.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens when you're bad and then you become people just don't care. It's better to be loved or hated, just don't be indifferent. And that's where it is now, because you know where they stand.
That's the thing. I have loved the college football season. I was trying to con myself into going, okay, they can get right. But deep down, I knew I couldn't get myself to bet on Alabama until Drew Pine came in. Then I go, wow, the number's probably like 27 or something. I saw 20, and I texted Jackson. Like, I'm going to help this young guy out, make some money, Doug. I said, double whatever your net worth is right here, right now. It's free money. They're handing it out.
I liquidated my PS5 so I could put even more.
You did liquidate that PS5.
Yeah, so now we're really floating in it.
By liquidate, you sold it?
I freed up some money.
Just tell me yes or no. You sold it?
No, but I put a little wager on it. I had a hot weekend, to be honest with you.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah.
How did we do on our picks on Friday?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'll find out.
Thanks for having that ready.
Gosh. One thing we needed.
There it is.
Thing.
Did Doug get more vacation based on this extra hour? Also, let's role play. I'll be the girl in the dress, and you be yourself, KG, and I will turn your old ass down and give you a disgusted look whilst doing it. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. That's Chairman on Chairman Crime.
Came right at us, didn't he?
Well, he's mad at KG in O-Town for not going up to the girl with the aura in Tuscaloosa, who I thought was an Alabama student initially, but it turns out she's a Missouri fan, so maybe he'll see her again.
It's easy to be disappointed in someone else and say, why didn't you do this or that, when we know a lot of us would have done the same thing he did,
100%.
which was nothing.
Yeah.
Guys, I love the new show. I really do, but my texts must be read. They are very important. That's from Harrison's Brother Master.
Okay. They are not important.
You are not a fan of Harrison's Brother Master?
No, not at all, in fact.
Well, he made the switch over to 101 ESPN.
Well, I'm glad that. I'm thankful
much.
for that. I'm trying to be positive.
We've had more people in our YouTube chat than ever before for a duration, so that's wonderful to have. Both Jackson wave. Do you like that, Doug, that he waves to the
people.
camera?
What do you mean the people?
101 ESPN YouTube channel, Air Alliance team, the sponsor of the cameras on the 101 ESPN YouTube channel, and then also the TMA YouTube channel will continue to remain up. If you do want to get familiar with this program, TMA All Day is continuing to run on 105.7 HD2
That's right.
with all of the classic segments, and I believe that's going to continue indefinitely. So anyway, that is there, 105.7 HD2. I know some people just don't have HD2 in their cars, or you have it and you don't realize that you have it. As the case may be. But as Martin Kilcoyne said, he hasn't been on the show since 2006, and there's a lot of stuff you need to know that's really important about this show, Doug.
You need a Cliff Notes version of what's happened.
That's right. That's right.
A guide to the inside joke.
A 16-year glossary.
That's exactly what it is. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Can't wait to see what that will look like for the first time ever on 101.
Yeah.
Chairman's mic communication is not set up now that we're in 101.
Yeah, we'll
with
work
all
on
the changes
that.
on Friday. Things weren't necessarily set up, but we'll work on that so we can communicate. But I know he's filtering the emails. Also, you can follow us on Instagram at TMA_STL.
Yeah.
What goes on the Instagram page?
Like clips of the program. Yeah, pictures of me, just like solos of me, candid shots.
What are you wearing?
Usually boy shorts.
Oh, yeah, they say juicy across
and
the
some
back.
sort of like harness. I'm usually wearing a harness.
You have shorts that say juicy on the back?
Yeah, on the front and back. And there's arrows. You can use your imagination where they point. Doug, come on. So, yeah, you can see that on the Instagram, show clips, news about the shows, some events coming up, all there, right there on the TMA STL Instagram page, which we're working a lot with the 101 ESPN Instagram page. It's a lovely union is what it is.
That.
The world needs closers, and Chairman Kurt is no closer. That's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic, man.
What does this guy know? Coffee is for closers.
Well, I'm telling you, people wanted him to take a shot. I mean, if you saw the woman of your dream, and I know you're a man in love, and Doug and I are married men, but if you saw the woman of your dreams, you're 26 years old.
Right. So Charlize Theron.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what would your move be? Because Doug gave Chairman Kurt the perfect line. Hey, I work for a radio station in St. Louis. We're interviewing Missouri fans here at the tailgate. Boom. I mean, that's why you're the smooth dog.
It's very smooth.
Do you go up and
very much a dog
and offer like, hey, you want to grab a beer? Do you want to hear?
Maybe once you're done with the interview, and then you start a little small talk.
Yeah.
Right. You maybe talk about, hey, I'm a chairman.
But it needs to start innocently. You can't say, hey, can I get you a beer?
Right.
If she's at a tailgate already drinking one, probably.
What if you notice it's getting close to empty?
If a stranger comes up and says, can I get you a beer, you're always going to say no, right?
As long as the lid is on it and I'm opening up the lid.
From a stranger?
If I can open up the lid, yeah. If it's been open, no. Hard pass.
Yeah, I would say.
I don't want any part of that.
Are we back to Tim only reading his friends' text? Because if so, bully for me. Thanks for the read, buddy. Lick my big toe, Vaughn. That's from Brian Henshin. And he does a wonderful job covering the Colts. And Anthony Richardson, I think he was, what do you call it, strategic clipping? I feel like he was a victim of strategic clipping yesterday.
I saw something with him, and I just kind of scrolled past it.
He had a play in which he was running all over the damn place, and then he took himself out. And he was asked what happened after the game, and he said, oh, man, I was so tired. I needed to get out of the game. So the way that it was framed is this guy, of course, is lazy and picked up by a bunch of guys with BMIs of 70.
Yep.
It was one play. It wasn't like he just shut her down.
Right.
I remember the Rams Super Bowl video with Dick Vermeil as Kevin Carter walked off the field. You're going to take yourself out in the final minute of the Super Bowl.
Right.
This was a game against the Texans in October, but he had run all over the damn place. Strategic clipping. Engagement farming. Nesting bodies.
Hoosier Trojan horses, which I can imagine we're going to get a lot of.
Oh, that reminds me. Join the TMA fan page on Facebook. None of us on the show have looked at it since Friday at around noon.
No.
But you can join it. Jackson does a wonderful job moderating it.
Yeah, took the weekend off.
And you can join it. It's on Facebook, TMA fan page, and you can enjoy that experience as well. All right, we'll take a commercial break, come back with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. It's Design Air, sponsor of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That is coming your way next. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
St. Louis Blues hockey can be heard exclusively on 101 ESPN. Get the info you need before and after every Blues game with the First Community pre- and post-game show.
First Community Credit Union, calling St. Louis home for 90 years and powered by Scott Lee Heating Company.
Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairsurface.com. I have been a client of Design Air Heating and Cooling now for a decade. That's how long I've been working with Seth Goldcamp and his staff at Design Air Heating and Cooling, and I recommend them wholeheartedly to you as we begin to experience the warm weather tapering off and the cold weather coming in. You want to make sure that your heating system is ready to fire, because once it comes, it's not going away for a few months. At Design Air Heating and Cooling, you heard Martin Kilcoyne say it earlier in the show, they're not going to come over there and go, oh yeah, this is wrong. Oh no, this is wrong too, and upsell you. That's not the way that it works. Seth Goldcamp is fourth generation of Design Air Heating and Cooling, and he prides himself on the legacy of his great-grandfather, his grandfather, and his father of being honest with customers and building his business that way and not trying to do it by catching them on the short term with some kind of scam. That's not the way they operate at Design Air. That's why I'm a happy client. Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com.
It's a night to be entertained and inspired. The Musial Awards return to Stiefel Theater Saturday, November 23rd. You can be in the audience for this nationally televised event hosted right here in St. Louis. Named for Stan the Man, the show celebrates the year's greatest moments of sportsmanship and those who embody class and character. Experience the extraordinary moments and people that make the Musial Awards an event like no other. The Musial Awards, presented by Maryville University, Saturday, November 23rd. Get tickets at musialawards.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess Burkett, Alton Toyota, the place I go to get my cars, the place I would love for you to go to get your cars as well. They are online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess Burkett, Alton Toyota.
This is wide receiver Luther Burton III. Come support NIL and get a quote from my friend, James Carter.
Thanks, Luther. That's right. For every quote you mention Luther Burton III, we'll make a donation to NIL on your behalf. Check us out online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800.
Kevin Rett from Mentality Men's Health. Every day I get stopped by one of our 25,000 clients to let me know how their lives have changed. Increased energy, mental focus, but most of all, I can tell these guys are confident. The way they walk, talk, they are on it. Everyone in their life can tell they are back. If your testosterone levels are low, it is impossible for you to look and feel the way you could. With one quick blood test, we can quickly pinpoint your problem and treat you immediately. In St. Louis, go to lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com.
What's it going to take for you to realize the IRS is in full-blown attack mode, and if you have IRS issues, your timely response is critical? Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. We certainly know the IRS has ramped up efforts because we're seeing a lot more clients with threats of intents to seize property or levy rights to property. If you have IRS issues, call the Lance Drury Firm today. Today, don't wait. Those IRS notices have hard deadlines for exercising your appeal rights. If you miss the deadline, your rights to a legal appeal are gone. Let the Lance Drury Law Firm get between you and the IRS today, and we'll help you manage your case to achieve the best outcome. IRS problems are serious legal matters, so call Lance Drury Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Don't wait. Call 314-260-6120. That's 314-260-6120, and schedule your free consultation with me, Lance Drury, or visit Lance, DRURY law.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based
based solely upon advertisements.
Halloween comes alive at Goodwill. Find everything you need for a unique and fun costume right here. Check out lots of amazing finds from formal wear to vintage clothes and accessories. We have everything you need to bring your look to life. Hurry, Halloween will be here sooner than you think.
Open up your 101 mobile app for your chance to win free tickets to The Urge. On November 29th at the pageant. Tickets for The Urge are on sale now, but we've got your chance at winning free tickets for the show. Get entered to win now either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin Kilcoyne with us every day from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. And then he's got a thing.
He's got a phone call.
Yeah, he's got a phone call he has to take. Doug, are you going to have a thing at 10 o'clock? You might think about it.
I'd like to get one. I don't have anything now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a number of new listeners here, and we understand that the way we always finish off TMA is with our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We keep track of the standings throughout the course of the month, and this month the JV golf coach is winning with 6 wins. Buck Swope has 5, and the Ghost of Gangster Pete's hat has 5. So this is going to be intriguing here with only 4 days left in the month of October. Doug, who do you think is going to wind up winning the month?
Oh, I just don't know.
Now, right there, it sounded like you were going to say, I don't care, but then you caught yourself.
No, I certainly care. It's so meaningful to me. And to whoever wins, because the prizes are so fabulous.
Jackson, what is the prize?
Oh, glory unlike any other.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Tim was incredible today. But I'm not telling anybody something they don't already know. New format, new diplomatic emails, because this email is about the first time I ever saw people hold hands. We were all over at my buddy Mikey's house for a lemonade party when Mikey's dad came into the room. We were all saying positive things about each other, and it was just a bunch of fun. And then my buddy Butchie said, "Hi, Mr. Slazener. Do you need any help around the house?" And he said, "Why, yes, Butchie, that would be great." He grabbed Butchie's hand and they walked into the backyard to rake some leaves.
Not what we talked about today.
Mr. Slazener gave Butchie positive reinforcement, and we're all better people from watching them working in unison to tackle a problem. That's from Claude, clean as a whistle emailer. How about that?
Claude, clean as a whistle emailer. He's new.
So this is the new show? Fantastic. That's from the Total Package. Doug, how about that?
The Total Package.
Yeah. Couple things. First of all, my boyfriend Simon and I romp every time TMA goes to break, so this is not sustainable under the new format. But good news. Head of operations here at Hubbard, Tommy Mattern, came in at like 10 o'clock and said, we're going to have to reduce the breaks. Yeah. Maybe to 3 an hour, possibly to 2 an hour. And there was a rousing.
There's an uproar.
There was an uproar.
Yeah, the gallery.
So that's good news for this gentleman and his boyfriend Simon. My hole was toast after the first hour, and Simon needed IV fluids. What I really want to know is, can you still hear the toilet flush? If not, I'm out. Got to scoot. That's from Doug's microphone shadow. Yeah, we're in a different studio now. Right. In our old studio, we could hear a toilet flush every time somebody would use the restroom next to us because it was literally 8 feet away from the facilities.
Doug's microphone shadow.
Doug's microphone shadow. I apologize. And Young, Colts fall to the Texans. Anthony Richards' sibling just decided to quit mid-game. Thanks. That's from #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin, a.k.a. ASMR Uncle Billy's Broken Toaster, your soft-spoken Colts correspondent. Okay, duped him. Regarding Joey Vitale's text, my nips are so hard, it's like my breasts are diamond-studded. Must be a CBC thing because Martin's look like they're poking through his shirt. Hey, fella, how about you wear a thicker shirt and use my face as a footstool? Ruin me. That's Brian Henshin, CBC.
Brian Henshin, CBC.
Welcome back, Martin. Doug, you look ravishing as always. Tim, likewise. I'm kind of surprised that Burke didn't wear his Sleepless in Seattle t-shirt and his yellow cummerbund flotation diaper to celebrate the big move to HD1. Hard to believe it only took you guys 20 years to finally land on FM. Yeah, that is pretty quick.
Most people don't experience success quite that quickly. They got to pay their dues.
It's an overnight story. Who knows? Maybe in another 20 years, your show will actually be good. TMA is like the Case Keenum of homoerotic sports talk radio. Not much talent, but you stuck around a lot longer than people expected. Couple quick questions. Does it feel odd to be in a properly sized studio with windows and ventilation? Do you guys miss the sounds of heavy breathing, throat clearing, and pipes rattling every few minutes as unseen toilets flush in the distance? More importantly, what will happen to the balloon party fan page? Yeah, Jackson, you were an active member.
Yeah, it really took a downhill turn.
Did it really?
Well, it just became a Supreme Court correspondent.
Does it still exist, or does Zuckerberg have a moral obligation to shut it down? That whole Facebook page should have been deleted as soon as the admin described it as we are the patriots, we love children and communities. Talk about creepy. Moving forward, I really hope the emailers start to harass and proposition Martin, do naughty stuff on camera. One small suggestion, try to show a little cleavage or maybe even go topless tomorrow, spice things up a bit. Just a thought. M-I-Z, Blit, Tigers, Blit. Try not to finish 6-6, JV Golf Coach.
Come on. JV Golf Coach.
And finally, welcome back, Martin. He's not there, Tim. Well, at least we replaced Iggy with someone who bolts mid-show and also knows how to craft a nice message to upper management. Reply all, of course. I do have a real job, and I'm a little concerned about what this segment running at 10:45 instead of 10:03 is going to do to my late morning productivity. Hopefully, the move away from the windowless closet next to the pisser will eliminate the Mike Marzian clock management ahead of email of the day. Things got a little rough on Friday when email started late because you were figuring out adult star Phoenix Marie's age and height while Iggy made Tim's skin crawl at 9:55 with a non-sequitur about how he likes watching adult films where they just kiss. Tim was in such a hurry to get down the hall that he cast a tie-breaking vote in the Shishawali competition for an email that he admitted not remembering. We're all going to miss Iggy, and I hope he lands on his feet after milking unemployment for as long as he can, and if not, I'm sure the listeners who raised over $50,000 for Larry Nichols' cancer treatment can find the $8,000 Iggy estimated he needed for his retirement plan, which consisted of faking his own death, passing his outstanding debts on to his next of kin, and stalking nudists from behind the shrubs at Haulover Beach. Speaking of, props to Libby Jack, a.k.a. Jackson Burke, for programming this segment leading into TMA on the Skeleton with a flashback to the second Let It Be Awful era when the producers were so checked out that they didn't bother disabling the robot echo sound effect on Iggy's voice that was eventually fixed the following year by a single press of a button.
Yeah, that's true.
So this morning at 6:55 a.m. we got to hear Robot Iggy asking Cam Jansen about the pubic hair cinch in the Blues locker room. Viva la Strode! That's from Buck Swope. And Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Pretty nice email right there at the end. I'll vote for Buck Swope.
I'm going Buck Swope as well. Buck Swope is tied for the lead with the JV Golf Coach. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Jamie Rivers back with you here, and it's time for another jersey giveaway. This one is awesome. Justin Falk home jersey. Beautiful to add to your collection. You're absolutely going to love it. All you got to do is go to 101ESPN.com or 101 mobile app, register to win, and the